Whoops.
And my daughter was like, "Are you gonna eat it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't care. It was in the bag, you know." But it was a very southern kind of delicacy in my mind. It's a minced pork sandwich with coleslaw and hot sauce. We drove like 4 miles for me to get this sandwich.
Oh yeah. I would have eaten. I would have eaten it.
I sure did eat it. I ate every bite of it.
Your name? That might be you.
I'm not here anymore.
I lived in the South for a while, and we would have like the hush puppy, the grits. Oh, tons of grits.
I love
It was
grits.
good. I love food.
Oh, you're not there.
When we were here last week,
I did.
We got to say hi.
Everything was good. Thank you.
We're in Atlanta.
Yeah.
She's in Decatur. Are you familiar at all with Atlanta? Decatur's a really nice suburb. It's too pricey.
I don't know if that's still nice.
I think so. I think Decatur is in DeKalb.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
Decatur sounded familiar.
Yeah, Decatur's super nice. They want to buy. I don't think they're going to
Get a new one.
Decatur. But I was just telling Ethan. There were 6 people at the wedding.
These are really good.
Me, my husband, his parents, and his sister and brother-in-law. And the reason we did this was
I
have no idea.
years ago. Sandy, that's a really
Honestly, I
expensive
won't.
event.
Good morning. Good afternoon for me, morning for y'all. Is anyone speaking yet? Because I can hear no one.
No, I don't think so. The audio was on, which had everyone just generally talking. They haven't started yet.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
for being here today and participating in this milestone meeting, not a strategy session, but like I said before, the ability to have people both virtually and in person participating. And as I have promised to Dr. Lewis and Director Edwards, I would do my best to make sure that they are totally engaged as if they were here, and if it looks like I'm failing in that regard, please bring that to my attention. But thank you all for being here. This is the culmination of a lot of months of planning, and it is a collaborative between the board and the staff. And it goes back to actually a year ago, but it formally goes back to last March, when I was asked by the general manager to make contact with each board member to learn what it was that they would like the staff to provide in order to better understand the role FAIR plays in terms of the fiscal health of the agency. And I can tell you, in the 5 years I've been on the board, I have become familiar with the agency through the development of this presentation you're going to see today in ways that I had no way of knowing before, because what it does is it commingles data and lets us see the relationship of funds within the organization and looks at a history of how the funding has developed over time. So let me begin by my prepared remarks. So hopefully this session will provide us all with a deeper understanding from a historical perspective of how important passenger fares have been in contributing to the funding of the operations of TriMet. So that's really what we're going to learn today. In addition, we're also going to learn about how other transit agencies view passenger fares. Here's what we're not going to do. You're not going to have a specific proposal for a fare increase. Should that be the direction the board wishes, that would be the subject of a future strategy session. Some of what you'll learn today is going to beg the question about the need for a fare increase. However, you're going to find that I'm not going to let the conversation drift in that direction. The board's role is strategy, and the staff's role is not strategy, it's set policy, and the staff's role is making actual recommendations within that policy. And you'll find that there's plenty of time today to ask questions, make comments, and engage in discussion. I look forward to our exchange, and I'm going to now turn it over to our General Manager, Sam Dessou, for his opening comments.
Good morning, President Simmons. I took a moment here just to stand back and kind of look at all of us, a great group of professionals that's leading this transit organization. So I just want to tell you all, thank you for being here. I would like to introduce to you our newest member of our executive team, Mark Dorn. Down here on the left, he's the Executive Director of Engineering and Construction. So, Mark, welcome to the team. Today's discussion is a very important one. For us to succeed, we must have a financial stable environment, which can only be accomplished through sustainable budgeting and asset management. We must provide a sustainable budget to consistently deliver safe, reliable transit and uninterrupted maintenance. We must also advance our asset replacement plans. Our Blue Line is 34 years old, and we're continuing to have problems with it right now. Also, we must develop a strategy to expand additional revenue options. While our current financial situation is stable today, discussions that we're going to have today is going to give us direction on how we approach fares. We feel strongly that fares have an important role and that we should review fares as part of our annual budgeting process. And then in the end, we're going to be looking to each of you on where you stand about our fares and a possible fare increase. I want to just kind of move into just a little bit of history on how we got here. We've gone a number of years without a fare increase. The first increase happened because TriMet faced a deep financial crisis and ended up doing away with the free rail zone, cutting service, and increasing the adult fare by 10 cents. Around that time, the TriMet board, as a matter of policy, chose to make the honored citizen and youth fare one half of that of an adult fare. And also in 2014, lowered the youth fare from $1.65 to $1.25. In 2015, in accordance with that same policy, the agency increased the honored citizen fare from $1 to $1.25. I would note that the changes to our honored citizen and youth fares were made as the agency simplified its fare structure for eventually implementation of the HOP fare system, payment system that was in place. At that time there, the agency backed away from further fare increases as the region implemented a new fare system. As we faced that Great Recession that we went into in the latter part of 2010 through 2014, General Manager Neil McFarland instituted the last of our fare changes. And then my predecessor, Doug Kelsey, he chose not to raise fares, and then we had COVID that actually hit us. And then we find ourselves here today. So I'm going to give you just a quick look at what the current fare policy is. You may have note on your schedule that Nancy was going to provide that, but I'm going to provide it, and Nancy is just going to kind of gloss over that. Kim, go ahead and move to slide 2. So here you're seeing on slide 2 here is providing the authority, TriMet has provided the authority to collect fares on the ORS 267.320, and it enables our board by statute to impose by ordinance to be able to collect user fees from those who are served by or use the transit system. The board also adopted a policy that no person over 65 should be charged no more than 50% of the regular fee for transportation. Can move to slide 3. One key finding I wanted to share with you in the findings of the TriMet Code 29, it says the ability to collect fares is essential to TriMet's budget and its ability to provide mass transportation services to the region, which the board adopted unanimously in 2018. Kim, go ahead and move to slide 4. The 2014 Strategic Financial Plan was adopted. Our staff considered 6 financial guidelines adopted by the board as part of the annual budgeting process, and they were fiscal policy, unrestricted fund balance, debt management, fair policy, capital asset management, and pension funding plans. We use these guidelines to report to you, to the board, on how well TriMet is doing at satisfying those 6 financial guidelines. Kim, go ahead and move to slide 5. In 2019, our strategic financial plan update states regarding fair policy, staff will develop a financial work plan that identifies the actions necessary to ensure alignment with the guidelines and report on the work plan's progress to the board. Kim, go ahead and move to slide 6. Slide 6 kind of gives you kind of an overview of our fair policy to be able to maintain a financial sustainable system that encourages and support riders and ensure broad access to transit services. And there was 4 different areas that we focused on: financial, customer experience, equity, and public engagement. Go ahead and move to slide 7. And then finally, I just wanted to put our current fares in front of everyone so that you could see it. An adult fare is $250 for a 2.5-hour ride. Our honored citizens and youth are one half of the adult fare which the board adopted in policy. Both our honored citizen and our youth fairs have qualifiers in order to purchase. And then our lift fare is $2.50 for a single ride. By the end of the day, we're really looking for you and your guidance around the very important question. Are we all in agreement we should raise fares? And I look forward to our discussion today and appreciate your help in determining our future. So I'll turn it back over to you, President.
Thank you, General Manager DeSue. We will now move directly into our main presentation today, which has to do with the strategic financial role that fares play in the financial health of TriMet. And Nancy Young Oliver and her staff have put in a lot of hours and a lot of research in order to bring this presentation today. And I want to thank her for her efforts and welcome her as our Executive Director of Finance and Administration. And she has a full review for us. So, Nancy. And by the way, we're not scheduled to have a break this morning. We're anticipating this will be about a 90-minute presentation. If by chance our dialogue and our conversation, because there's a lot of room for question and interaction, should take longer, I will call a break. And if anyone needs one, and feel free to leave and come back. But we're going to try to get through this by noon.
Great, thank you, President Simmons and members of the board. I have a few slides here that we're going to talk about. It's just to set some foundation, and then we're going to talk about some fair considerations and the impact on our operations. Advance. I thought it would be important to take a moment to ensure that we all have the same understanding of the type of entity that TriMet is, because oftentimes I hear TriMet referred to as a not-for-profit, when in fact we're actually a governmental entity. There are two key criteria that I want to call out to you. The first one is that the majority of our governing body is appointed by the governor, and that's all of you sitting here today. And the second component is that you are presumed to be a government if we have the ability to issue federally tax-exempt debt. That's our bond issuances. And as you know, our ability to issue that tax-exempt debt is key to our operations and building our infrastructure. TriMet is a governmental entity, but then we have to look at, so what type of governmental entity is TriMet? And as there's various types of governments, we have to look to the professional standards that define the type of reporting entity that TriMet is. Specifically, GASB, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, requires that governments that charge a fee to external users by policy or legal requirements to report as what's called a proprietary enterprise fund. And as described in ORS 267.200, TriMet has the power to fix and collect charges for the use of the transit system and other district facilities. Advance. I also wanted to bring us in on our strategic financial plan in a little bit more detail, specifically regarding the fare policy. The strategic financial plan was adopted by the board in 2019. In the area of financial, in striving for a sustainable balance of growth in ridership and passenger revenue, I want to call out two criteria that actually at this time are not being met. First is that the pricing strategy keep pace with the cost of service. We have some information to share with you today that will clearly demonstrate that we have not kept pace. And second is that we're leveraging our electronic fare collection to reduce the costs and improve our fare recovery. And while we are capitalizing on our HOP system, we have not yet improved our fare recovery. And so we will work through those today. Our SPF also includes the evaluation of the customer experience, balancing the design of fares, customer impact, and fare enforcement. Advance. Looking at transit equity TriMet has reduced ridership barriers for low-income and transit-dependent riders. And when we look at public engagement, we continue to engage and inform our communities when making decisions. Advance. When we look at our fare box recovery ratio, it's a really simple formula. It's passenger fares divided by operating costs equals our fare recovery ratio. When we look at our operating costs, it is the total cost that it takes to run our service day to day. Easily stated, that is the total cost of our transportation division and our maintenance division costs. That includes things like our operators, the mechanics, the fuel, station agents, dispatchers, facilities management, and the other items that you see there. The operating costs, again, are the total costs that it takes to run TriMet service. Advance. Now, these next slides, we're going to dive into our fare considerations. And so on each slide, what I'd like to do is explain the information that you're seeing, and then I'd like to go ahead and pause and allow you all to have some discussion about the information that you're seeing. So if you have a question, feel free to just let Linda know, and that goes to both as well to TriMet staff, and then make sure your button's on, because I think I went around and turned some of them off. So this first slide looks at total resources compared to the system and operating costs. The purple line on the top is our total system costs. So on the previous, we talked about operating costs. To get to system costs, you have to add in all of the other costs. So the cost for legal, cost for finance, HR, safety and security, engineering and construction, public affairs, right? That takes us up to total system cost as demonstrated in the purple line. That blue line represents our operating costs. The bars represent our revenue sources. On the bottom is our passenger fares. So that's in that neon green color. In addition, we have operating grants, and then we have our lift and other operating revenues. On top of that, we have our employer payroll taxes. You can see from fiscal year 2010 through fiscal year 2018, we were doing okay with keeping pace with the costs going up and the total revenue sources that we had. However, our passenger fares had started to decline in 2015. In 2019, that is the first year that our total resources did not keep pace with the system expenses, which is similar timing to when staff had discussions about a possible future shortfall. Then we had COVID-19 hit, and as you can see, we had a big drop in our passenger revenues. At the same time, we were fortunate enough that the stimulus funding, we started to receive the stimulus funding. At the time that COVID hit, passenger fares made up over $110 million of our total resources. And as a result of COVID, it dropped to less than half of that amount. So we were around 50 million, and even less than that. We had budgeted for around 50 million. Came in, actuals were less than that, as demonstrated on the slide. So having that stimulus funding has allowed us to continue our operations. And while we have taken a slight decrease in our service by 10%, at one point around 20%, we have added some of that back, but you can see clearly that if we had not had that stimulus funding, we would have been taking some pretty serious cuts. I'd like to go ahead and pause here and see if there's any questions.
Director Bauman.
Thank you. I want to clarify on slide 6, the payroll taxes. That you mentioned employer side, but that also includes the employee side payroll tax, the House Bill 2017 payroll tax.
So the employee payroll tax, the STIF funding from House Bill 2017, is a state resource, so that would go in the orange bucket. So when you look at the employer payroll taxes and federal funding, all in that category.
Okay. Director Way.
Excuse me. Hello, can you hear me? Okay. I just have a question. So for, can you explain operating grants again?
Yeah.
see that being.
Yeah, so we can receive grants that are specifically towards the operations of the organization versus capital grants, which is for the acquisition or construction of a major capital asset.
Okay, where are those grants coming from?
It can come from state and local.
Okay. And then you said, so currently the $110 million is the amount pre-pandemic that we were at when we were collecting fares. And right now it's 50 million.
A little less than that, but yes.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Are there other questions, staff? Oh, there you are. Okay, Director Gonzalez.
Thank you. And I'll point out we don't see Director Lewis or Director Edwards. Not sure if they're in the queue.
Yeah, I've got my hand up.
Okay, you'll be next, Director Edwards.
Thank you. Thank you, President Simmons. The difference between the purple line, the total system cost, and the total operations cost, if I understand correctly, it does factor in those CapEx one-time projects?
For capital? Okay, so capital is considered separate from this. Okay. So federal funding, when we receive that, it is for capital.
Okay.
It will not go towards operations. Lori and I had a discussion about that fact right before the meeting started. So when we receive a federal grant, it is only for the capital acquisition or construction.
And so at this time, things like the orange line expansion is not represented in the purple line.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That was one of the first clarifications I wanted. If I'm understanding this correctly, then it looks like, with CapEx projects excluded, from 2010 to 22, it looks like our total operations costs changed by increasing about 25%. And in the same time period, the total system cost experienced an increase, looks like, of close to 100%. Just wanted to see if I'm interpreting this correctly.
So the operating costs from 2010 through 2022, we had a slight increase. The overall increase for system changed more than the operating costs.
Do you have any insight as to what could be driving that sort of distancing? They're growing at different rates. I'm just wondering if there's anything that you can help point to about that.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So as we engage in more outreach within our organization, so for example, public affairs, J.C. Vanetta is responsible for. We do more public outreach. We do more engagement. That's all in public affairs, and that falls into that system cost, not a direct operating cost of putting service on the street. So that's one example there. So as we implement those types of programs to bring folks in, to recruit them, provide different programs. In addition, what you're also seeing on the operating costs is just changes in our service levels. Okay, so that is also a driving factor.
The planning, the community engagement, all of that gets built into that piece. Thank you.
Director Edwards?
Thank you. Looks like there was a significant reduction in the operating grants in 11 and 15. What do we attribute that to?
Oh, okay. So when you receive an operating grant, that's not a guarantee that you get every year. Those are competitively bid, so we have to apply for them and we have to win the award. So there'll be fluctuations in our operating grants year over year. It depends on how much funding is available in any given year from the providers. And, in some years we're more successful than in other years.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Lewis, I can't see you. If you have a question, now would be a good time.
No, I do not have any questions at this time.
Thank you, Director Lewis. So I think we'll proceed, oh no, just one second. It's hard to see it. And plus, for me, I'm not used to going this way. I'm used to looking that way. So I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you.
Different way.
Is there a reason why we're and this again could just be a very fundamental question, but is there a reason why we are connecting our passenger fare revenue to our operating costs?
Yeah, so our passenger fares, the value of our passenger fares, we first attribute to our operating costs because the fare was received when we were providing that service to the customer. So we first apply our passenger fares, then our operating grants, then our lift and other operating revenue, and then we apply the employer payroll taxes on top of that.
So that's the way that it's always been when this was set up? I guess I'm just trying to understand how did we get to that point of connecting fares to operating
It's
costs?
actually an industry standard
Okay.
for all transit agencies.
Yeah, for example, if I can just expand on this, so when we receive STIF funding and we seek reimbursement of the STIF dollars, the requirement is you first reduce your reimbursement by the amount of fares you've collected. It's first applied, and then you get reimbursement. Okay?
Okay, and then President Simmons, you said it's an industry
Right.
practice, and I know we'll hear just from other states, cities that have
Right.
also explored the subsidized fare.
Yeah, the
Option.
fare box ratio is an industry standard, and it's
Okay.
in all transit agencies in the United States. It's the portion of operating expenses that have been received from passenger fares. And later today, you will see where we have been in the past and where other transit agencies fare box ratio is.
Okay. Okay. I have other questions, but I will stop here for now. Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, advance. So when ridership declines and we have less fare revenue coming in or other, funding altogether, we have to cover our operating costs by imposing those cost-cutting efforts. And I know that this is a slide that we've shared with you in the past, so I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I do want to emphasize that when our resources dwindle, it has a direct effect on the amount of service that we get to provide on the street. It also causes us to pause on expanding our service. And those are two very critical components that really get hurt, which then affects our riders and our public. Advance. This next slide demonstrates how our operating costs compared to our passenger revenues and then our fare box recovery ratio. The blue bars demonstrate our operating costs through fiscal year 2010 through fiscal year 2022. The orange bars demonstrate the passenger revenue that we've collected, and the green line demonstrates our fare box recovery ratio. This slide demonstrates that starting in around 2015 through current, our operating costs have continued to rise. However, our passenger revenues have stayed steady, and then of course with COVID has dipped, and in fiscal year 2021, we experienced our lowest passenger revenue in the door during that time. Excuse me. I'll just pause here and see if there's any questions.
Looking to see if there are any questions. No, I think we can. Oh,
Okay. Just to highlight, the operating cost annual increase during this time was 4.2%, whereas our passenger revenue was only 2.3%. And back to the first slide, when we were talking about our policies, is that our fares were supposed to keep pace with the operating costs. And this clearly demonstrates that it has not. Even before COVID-19, our passenger revenues and the percentage of our fare box recovery was declining. Advance. This next slide just demonstrates what the fare box recovery ratio has been from fiscal year 2010 through fiscal year 2022. As previously stated, you can see that starting in fiscal year 2015, our fare box recovery ratio has started to decline. But at one point, we were almost 40%. We're now currently less than 20%. In fiscal year 2022, we were 13.3, and we experienced that all-time low in fiscal year 2021 of just under 10%. I'll pause and see if there's any questions.
Director Wade.
Thank you. Just a sort of a data question. So it's kind of interesting that, this is presented as a ratio, but I'm interested in what is the percentage of our fare revenue to our operating budget. I think
That's what this is.
Yeah, that's what you're looking at.
So this is, are you saying 10% currently? Okay.
In 2021, it was less than 10%.
Okay. And so
And 20.
okay, so then are we proposing it to go what percentage point?
We're not proposing that today.
Okay.
This is just information.
Okay, so I guess what you're saying is this is showing that over time, the percentage that we collect through fares has gone down in relation to our operating
Yes,
budget.
we have not kept pace with the increase of our operating costs.
Okay, so I just want to, just for the public, everybody who might be listening, so right now, it's 13% is how much we collect in fares.
We cover at the end of fiscal year 2022, we were covering 13.2% through our passenger fares, where previously we were almost 40%.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
It's a combination of ridership and operating costs. Question. Thank you. So, if I understand these figures correctly, the 13.3% that we're going to recover in this year is 13.3% of the total system cost.
No.
Of the operating costs.
Thank you. Okay. Then thank you for the math. Intuitively, it was looking closer like it was total operating. So I wanted to make sure, total system. So operations cost. This fare bucks recovery is always factored against the total operations cost.
Yes.
So all of the community engagement funding, all of the things that are increasing total system cost are not affecting fare box recovery.
Correct.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for the clarification.
We can move on.
Great. Let's advance. This next slide shows the total percentage change since fiscal year 2010. The orange bars again demonstrate the change in our overall operating costs. The yellow bars again reflect our passenger revenues. But what we've added in this display is that purple line shows you the percentage change in our base fares. So you can see that from fiscal year 10 through fiscal year 13, we had increases in our fares. But from fiscal year 14 through current, our fares have not increased, they've stayed static. And our costs are continuing to increase, where the overall fare revenue in the door, even pre-pandemic, have started to decrease. So I'll just pause and see if there's any additional questions.
Director Gonzalez? No. I don't see anyone with a question.
Advance. We took the time to measure ourselves against data found in the National Transit database. We looked at 24 peer agencies. We found that San Diego Transit has the highest fare box recovery ratio. The lowest of that is Santa Clara Valley, and that's in your orange line. The average of those 24 agencies are demonstrated in the red line, and the green dotted line is TriMet. So that you can see that overall, we all have in a sense, the same slope. TriMet is similar to other transit entities.
And note that this is not 2010, but 2015 to 2020 data. So that shows us at our highest and dropping down. It doesn't go to 22. Director Gonzalez.
Thank you. And if we were to chase this out into 22, it looks like our slope would dip below the average.
Yes, and keep in mind the NTD data is always 2 years behind. So this is the most up-to-date data that I can give you compared to those other 24 entities.
Thank you.
Okay, advance. We took a subset of those 24. And so what you see on the screen now is just demonstrating that TriMet, our average, our fare box recovery compared to the average of 20.6, just for a select number of peer transit entities.
This is for that same period of 2015 to 2020.
Okay, advance. We also wanted to just compare this to what else is happening, you know, to all of us in the area. So when you look at our adult base fare from fiscal year 2010 to fiscal year 2021, we've had a 0.7% increase in fares. But even Social Security COLA has more than doubled that increase there, an increase of 1.9. Your electricity has increased 2.6, and Portland Water has increased 8.7% in the same period of time. Advance. So this slide's going to take me just a minute to explain everything that is on here. But this is a very important slide to help you understand how TriMet compares to other transit entities and our resource base. And that first column is fares. This is passenger fares. On average, transit entities collect 9.5% of their funding through fares, where TriMet is 15.5%. There's other operating revenue that transit entities collect. On average, it's 5.8%, where TriMet is 7%. When I say other operating revenue, it's things like advertising on our buses. Okay, so we get our advertising revenue. That third column represents taxes and fees. This is where our employer payroll tax revenue resides. The average is 41.4, TriMet is 39.8, and there, from our comparables, there are 3 total entities that rely heavily on a employer type tax. The next column, titled local, is that a lot of entities receive their funding from local sources, so it's local taxes imposed on taxpayers. The average there is 26.3%, where TriMet is only 0.2%. Okay, we get very little funding from local resources. The next one over is our state resources. This is where the state is funding these transit entities. The average is 20.8, where TriMet is 1.9%. Our 1.9% represented here is that STIF funding, the House Bill 2017 funding. And then, of course, we all get that federal funding, which is, you know, the average is 32%. TriMet relies on 35.6%. This is our formula funding. I want to emphasize that. This is what we get every year because we report our ridership and our operating costs through the NTD. We get a formula. It comes to us. We don't have to compete for it. You can see in the green stars, our 3 main sources of revenue is our passenger fares, our employer payroll tax, and federal funding. Whereas other entities rely on 3 different sources. They rely on local funding, state funding, and then, of course, the federal funding. So the one thing we have in common is we all rely on federal funding. But this is an important concept to look at. So in some ways, TriMet is has an advantage that one of our main sources is actually our employer payroll taxes, because when you get into local and state funding and you start relying on that, when the state or local entities experience cuts and downturns, you in turn take that downturn. And we were fortunate that during COVID, our employer payroll taxes has remained strong. It's been steady. So I'll just pause here and see what questions there might be.
Director Gonzalez.
Thank you, President Simmons. I've heard that there is a relationship between our competitiveness on formula funds and our fare box recovery rates. Could you speak a little bit on where we stand or what the trend is saying about our competitiveness, how it might impact formula funds? Do you think that we're in a position where that's going to be impacted as well? So
the question about is a fare box recovery required So no, it is not required. Does it help us be more competitive when we are requesting additional funding? Yes, absolutely. Because what outside parties look at is they say, what are you doing? Okay, what are you doing to cover your own costs? You are providing a service. You are a governmental entity that provides a service to the public. There should be a user charge and fee. It's never going to cover the full cost. Okay? It would be very expensive for us to turn around and ask someone to pay the full meal deal for a ride. We're highly subsidized. However, the fact that we have passenger fares is a good indicator that when they're giving us money, that we are looking at those opportunities to do everything that we can to have a revenue base that is fair and evenly applied. It is also important to understand that the passenger fares has a huge impact on our ability to issue debt. We have three main categories of funding that are very diverse. When you look at the other entities where they get local funding, state funding, and federal funding, it's all kind of the same category, the same type of bucket. But TriMet is diverse in that we do get passenger revenues. We have an employer payroll tax, and we get federal funding. That is more diverse than what the other transit entities are relying on. That is part of the reason why we have been so successful when we have gone out to issue bonds. If you remove that element, you have cut our diversity by a third. That will have a significant impact in our ability to issue bonds, and it will significantly impact our ability to maintain a AAA rating.
Director Kim.
Thank you, Nancy. I'm curious about I've noticed the transit agencies listed on page 14 has such high level of local funding, right? And would you be able to comment on how they're able to receive such high level of funding from their own local jurisdictions? Would you know?
What's the source?
That's how they were structured within those entities. It's the way they've imposed their taxes on their citizens to support the transit services.
So then in turn, the columns, taxes and fees column, as well as the local column, would be, it sounds similar to me that it's sort of taxes, but in the taxes and fees that we're categorizing, it's employer portion. So it's just, what?
The taxes and fees, that's a TriMet. That's a TriMet tax versus the local and state. Those are local and state taxes, of which the transit entities get some portion of the local and state taxes.
Is that like sales tax in some cases?
In some cases.
Okay, thank you.
Director Wei.
Thank you. So my understanding is that the taxes and fees, these are all under TriMet's authority, correct? As a government agency in our statute to consider, to look at formulas, to change. Is that correct? We have the authority. We have the power to dictate that. Okay.
By statute, you have the authority. Yes.
And then how often is that? I'm 5 years into this board. I still have a lot of questions around how often that changes.
You could talk about the employer, where we have 1/10% through 2026. That was actually approved by the legislature.
Sorry, I didn't.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, just
that
the
1/10 of 1%.
Yes.
When does that?
Yeah. So the employer payroll tax is 1/10%, starting in January of every year. Our increment right now will stop at the end, or January of 2026.
Yes.
Okay. And then my just comment is, I love the way that this table is organized, so thank you. It just makes it very clear in terms of what other transit agencies are doing, but I'm not seeing, what I would like to see are also their ridership numbers, because I would be because at the end of the day, I think about how many people are we serving on our system. So I think that would be good information to have. It seems like right now we're not doing great. We're 15.5%, which is maybe the third, fourth highest in terms of fare revenue, but our ridership has also been decreasing. So that is a concern to me.
Yeah, and something I'll mention, because it's there, but it could be not as evident, is this is only 1 year data, 2020. So it's not a span of years data.
Correct.
It's a snapshot.
Correct. But layering our ridership, it has been going down.
Yes. One of the things I'd like to point out here is that for a real good comparable, look one line below Portland. You see Metro Atlanta Rapid Transit. You'll notice that they have fares, and they are running at the same fare box recovery, 15.5. They also have like a comparable employer type of tax. Theirs is running at 42.5. And then their third bucket, just like TriMet, is the federal funding. So they're a very good comparable to us, looking at what we do. They have a little bit more in that other operating revenue than what TriMet does, but they're a real good comparable. Specifically focusing on their fare box recovery is right in line with what TriMet's is.
And do you know what their fare? Sorry.
No, go ahead. JC has been waiting to say something.
Sorry, I just wanted to follow up with Director, excuse me, Director Kim's comment. A lot of agencies have been very successful with sales tax, and so that's what you're seeing, a big portion. But I want to connect two dots in that Nancy said that a lot of times where people, sales tax follows economy, and so when you see economies start to dip, the transit service will take a dip because sales tax takes a dip. And so we're very lucky to have the employer payroll tax. So I just wanted to follow up with that.
Ozzy? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ozzy. I'm sorry, Ozzy. I neglected to see. I see hands around here. You need to put it over here.
I'll put it over here.
Director Bauman.
Okay. We got kind of a pantomime going.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the TriMet payroll tax, the employer side tax. I guess I wanted to clarify for everyone. It is levied by TriMet, but the amount is set by legislation. Is that correct? So by the state legislature. So the board doesn't decide what percentage.
The board goes through a lot of action to get that percentage, but ultimately it's approved by the legislature. And so while the increase ends in 2026, it still maintains. A lot of people, there's a misnomer out there that our payroll tax stops in 2026. It continues to go at the level that it ends at that last increase.
Right. When I was new on the board, these increases were implemented. There was a multi-year increase at that time.
And we're still in that increase.
Right.
1/10 of 1%.
Thank you.
Director Gonzalez.
And do we know what MARTA's fare is today, standard fare?
I believe that we have that in our back pocket somewhere. Yeah, we'll look that up and
Thank you.
shout that out.
Yeah, I intentionally did not include other agency fares because that's not what we're talking about today. It's really about the role passenger fares serves in the fiscal health of the agency. Director Vanetta.
This just in, the MARTA fare is $2.50 for a one-way trip. So absolutely. One way. So ours is for 2.5 hours. Theirs is a one-way trip.
If there are no more questions on this slide, we'll advance.
Okay. Advance. When we looked at how other transit agencies, what they use to, in deciding to raise a fare, what we found is that it's either generated through state legislation, a policy, or a guideline. In some instances, there is a subsidy requirement stating that, at least or no more than. So this is just a, very, very high level view of what that looks like. Okay. Advance. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, could you walk through that a little bit? Because who requires that subsidy? Is that at the legislative level?
That would be in their charters and how they
Okay, in their
reform.
financial, strategic financial plan. They require that fare, for example, and whatever RTD is 30%. So they want to make sure that fare box is 30%.
Not the fare box, the percentage of subsidy. So you're going to have your fare box recovery, and then you're going to have a subsidy portion. Okay? So when you look at TriMet, for right now, a ride is covered 14% from passenger fares.
Right.
And 86% from, other sources or subsidy.
Which means that's the subsidy. So our fare, our $2.50 fare, the passenger pays 14%, and other sources pay the balance of the cost
that they pay.
of the cost of the ride.
Yeah, when you look at the cost of a ride, the passenger fare that's paid covers 14% of the ride.
Okay. And what this is saying is RTD would want it to be 70% passenger fare, 30% subsidy?
No, it's not that's not what it's saying.
Okay.
What it's saying is that there's a subsidy, and I would just take off the word required. We probably shouldn't have titled it that way.
Okay.
It's looking at what is the percentage of subsidy that is going into each of those entities, in a sense.
It's not based on a ride.
Correct.
It's based on their overall costs.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, advance. Okay, this last slide has to do with fare evasion, and I'm going to turn it over to JC to address this.
Yeah, and so we have done this work. This is from our last report that was done in 2019. We actually do a fare evasion survey. And so this data is from 2019, so I apologize for that. But we did postpone all of our fare evasion surveys during COVID. Obviously, we did not want to go on board our buses and trains to perform the survey. But in the last survey, our fare evasion rate was around 18.2%. You'll see on the right-hand side how we compare to our other peers. I would note that we are an open system, so much like SFMTA in San Francisco, Valley Metro in Phoenix, King County, we're an open system. So, but you'll also see some of our statistics. And again, we are looking at doing this fare evasion survey hopefully next spring. So we'll have some new numbers next year. 80% of riders were in fare compliance. We did reach that all-time high of fare evasion. 1.3% had the wrong fare. Other riders said they could not afford it. 62% said they didn't tap because they thought they would take a chance. So we actually do go out and gather this information. A quick little note that 1% of fare evasion equals roughly about $1 million in loss. So that's how we address fare evasion. Again, we will do another survey next spring to give us some updated numbers.
Director Bauman.
Oh, you said some of the other systems are open systems, but can you tell us which ones are open and which aren't?
Which ones are? LA Metro's closed, TriMet's open, San Francisco is open, Valley Metro, Phoenix is open, King County is open, DDOT, I'm not sure. Detroit.
It's closed.
Closed. Sacramento is open, RTD is open, MBTA is closed, VTA is open, MARTA is closed. Meaning closed means they have fare gates where you have to pay a fare to get on board trains. Buses are much like ours.
Director Kim?
How did we find those participants again? There's 10,000 participants, the riders. Were they actually physically on one of our...
Yes. In fact, what we do is we essentially shadow our fare inspectors, and we will ask them questions, and they go through an entire survey, and we just ask them to be very honest, and that's how we get the information. So, and we use it to sync up with how we addressed fare evasion overall, and that's where we've actually gotten some of our equity studies done. Is we've gone out there and actually followed our fare inspectors to see how they perform.
Thank you.
Before I go to Director Way, I don't know if Andrew, you have any information on what we have done to increase the amount of fare inspection?
Yeah. Am I on there? We have increased our fare enforcement team. I think I shared that in August. We went from 18 to 37. I say fare enforcement. I shouldn't. They're code enforcement, but they do address fare in compliance out there. So we.
Excuse me, Andrew, we can barely hear you.
All right. Yeah, I'm having some. Looks like.
That's better.
Is that better?
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, that's my fault. Thanks, Director Edwards. So we have improved the amount of folks out there doing that work. So we do anticipate that we're going to have better, better compliance going forward with that work being done. But to JC's point earlier, during COVID, we didn't do that work very often at all, and so we're kind of in a new normal there. But with the increases, we expect that compliance to go up.
Are you at full capacity then with staffing, or are there plans to increase from the 37 that you have?
That's a good question. We're probably going to go up from there. And we just have now brought on, so when it takes some time to train folks, and we engage in a lot of training around this work. It's really complex work, and we want to make sure it's done right and equitable. So we just brought on the 37, but we're going to go up from there, and we're kind of working on that now in terms of what that right number is as we go through the budget process.
Okay. First, I'm going to go to Director Way, and then Director Lewis has a question.
Thank you, Andrew, for that data. I just want to note, I didn't, in the printed handout, we didn't have this slide in here, so just want to make that note, just for folks with handouts. So I guess my question is, how much are we spending on fare inspectors currently? And then what is you had mentioned the increase of FTE, I imagine. I'm just trying to make sense of our dollar amounts for how much we're actually spending on fare inspectors.
Yeah, boy, off the top of my head, it's a good question. Off the top of my head, I'm not 100% sure what that budget is. I want to say, yeah, it's about 3, because I think the increase was about 1.5, but I'll get you that number in specific. And it's a little complex because fare is just one portion,
right,
of that team, right? We have other teams out there that don't do, like we've shared about the safety response team, obviously Allied Security, they don't do any fare work at all, and that's intentional. But those additional folks that were brought on the 19, I think it was a $1.9 million investment. And so as we consider those kinds of things going forward, we're going to need to kind of think about how much we're spending. It's a good question.
But Director Way, I would also just say, so our customer safety supervisors do a lot more than just fare inspection. They're absolutely a presence on the system. 1, 2, they're answering questions, they're performing customer information type of duties, and they're also enforcing code, smoking, drug use, all of those different things. They're helping to ensure the safety of our passengers on board. So while the expense, it's being that you have that expense, it's doing a lot for that amount of dollars.
Thank you. No, and I do appreciate folks who are, on our system, who are unarmed, who are trying to provide the best customer service available. But, and I've said this before, I do have some issues with, I think the way that oftentimes we criminalize folks because of their inability to pay. And I know that we have worked on decriminalizing our system through, the committee work that we have. So I think we're making great progress there. But I guess I'm still kind of grappling with the $3 million that we spend just on hiring folks to check fares, and just seeing if that would be, up for another discussion.
Well, and remember, it's not just to check fares. It's a position that does more than check fares. Go ahead and explain again the role of
Yeah, and they do so much more. I mean, they really do. They're answering questions. They're providing, especially during bus bridges when they're providing directions for people. So fare enforcement is a fraction of their overall job duties when they're on our system.
Yeah, and Andrew, you can probably
Yeah, I was
fill
just going
in.
to say, it's a great question, and it's good to illustrate the kind of the complex nature of that job. And I say that because they're doing absolutely more than fare enforcement. They're checking on TriMet code and making sure those codes are followed and complied with. They're also working with law enforcement at times to identify different issues that are going on out there. So it's a real investment in not only fare enforcement, but in just kind of moderating behavior and being a good presence for ensuring that TriMet code is being followed out there.
And then are there going to be some plans in the works around sort of a writer ambassadors or writer advocate program? I've heard that was part of some of the work that we're trying to roll out forward are folks who are actually, kind of maybe doing that, but then also playing more of like a writer ambassador.
Really, our safety response team is really going through that function. It's a great question, and part of the work that we're doing in Reimagine right now, which Dr. Lewis, is chairing with us, and is really defining what writer ambassador-like work is being done already by the safety response team. And what we're kind of going through in that process is that crosswalk to understand what that team is accomplishing is really writer ambassador work. It's connecting with folks. It's being a resource. It's a little bit more, I think, than what we had in writer ambassadors in the past, and that these folks are carrying around water bottles, granola bars. They're really kind of trying to meet kind of human need out there as well, but they certainly fulfill the function of a writer ambassador for us.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, one last question. So is the money that we're spending on, again, some of the positions that Andrew's mentioned, that is coming out from our operating, are those our operating costs?
No, those are system costs.
Okay, so completely
operating
different.
Costs, operating costs are transportation and maintenance.
Okay. So these positions that Andrew mentioned are not coming out of the fares?
No.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And I'll go to Dr. Lewis now.
Thank you, President Simmons. Kind of was listening and then kind of lost track of my question. But just to be clear, our TriMet fare evasion is 18%, 18.2%, and this is from our 2019 numbers. Based on that, we have we do not know the impact of fare evasion on the decrease of our fares. I mean, I haven't seen any slides.
Right.
We have the decrease, but for 2 years, we do not know the impact of that.
Director Gonzalez?
Thank you, President Simmons. I don't know if Dr. Lewis's comment was fully received or if there was a question there.
Oh, I thought you were going to answer her question.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Let's answer Dr. Lewis's question first. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
Director Simmons is displayed on the slide. For each 1% of fare evasion, it's roughly $1 million in loss.
Right. Director Lewis, does that answer your question? And that we have not done any surveying to determine current levels of fare evasion. It's something that we do not every year.
And okay, thank you. And we do not know the impact of that with our decrease in fare that has happened.
In other words, if we looked at 2019 and we looked at the fare revenue we had with an 18.2% fare evasion, what could our fare revenue recovery have looked like? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know the answer to that, but possibly someone does. Oh, it's 18 million. It's 18.
Yes, but the question is then, what would our fare box recovery ratio been? So I can bring that back. That'll be something
Okay. We'll come back to that, Dr. Lewis, as soon as we, that would be the loss of the revenue, but not necessarily the ratio. So we'll come back to that. Director
Okay. Thank you.
Gonzalez? Bonnie. Oh, we can't hear you.
You really practically never in an open system get to a 0% rate, and you're doing superbly if you're at 6 or 7%. But there is that cost balance of what it costs for enforcement. So in some of these, like King County, 6%, that's very low. Where did we get some of those numbers? I thought that was interesting, the 6%.
I'm not sure the source, but we surveyed all of these counterparts.
So
in
anyway,
2019.
we just would never get to that full 18 million or whatever.
Okay.
We'd be very lucky to get
Yeah.
to 12.
Yeah. Director Gonzalez.
Thank you, President Simmons. So I have a question, but first a clarification to make. So in the Farebox recovery ratio slide, and I have it as slide number 5 in the presentation, when it defines the operating cost, the cost it takes to run service, it does include security in addition to lubricants and operators and other things. So I was curious to know if there's a line here between security personnel that fits here and ambassador personnel that does not. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, so there are a few positions that are specifically included in the operating costs, but safety and security as a whole is a system cost. It's above the operating costs, the vast majority of it.
Is that normal? Is that standard in the industry?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you're looking at operating costs, you really just are talking about what does it take to drive the bus down the road. All of those costs associated with that, or the max, right?
The word security made it fuzzy for me. So what is inside of operating costs in under security?
I can get you some specific details on that.
I wasn't sure if it was personnel or if it was things like the safety dividers.
Oh, yeah, I see where you're headed. No, we're talking personnel costs there. Now we do have, so for example, the operating bus barrier, which we're improving, over the next couple months, which we'll talk about later this month. I'm going to do kind of more of a comprehensive security update alongside Bonnie. But those costs would be covered under maintenance and that sort of thing. That's accurate, right?
Yes.
So it would just be personnel costs for security, not necessarily
But the safety inspectors, the unarmed safety response team, thank you, they would not be included in operating costs then?
I'll get you a breakdown of that.
That would be great. I'm just looking at it because we are growing that force. I think they're a major factor in that user experience, and at the same time, I wasn't sure if we're also sort of representing them in a sort of top-heavy model because it's not considered part of the operating cost.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the question. That was the clarification. I mean, with regards to my question, it sounds like the answer is not yet. But when do we find out if this safety response team investment is yielding reductions in fare box evasion? Are we getting a 3% reduction in fare box evasion for this sort of investment? When do we learn these things?
Yeah. Andrew is going to give us a very comprehensive report at our October board meeting. But to find out what the response is in terms of declining our fare box, our evasion number, it will take another survey to do that. So you will be able to talk anecdotally about what people's experience is that are checking fares, but we won't actually have aggregate data available in October.
Thank you. I sense the answer would still be not yet, but when about? Like, are we thinking that we're a year out before we even begin to see anything we can point to?
Well, couple things, and then I'll give it to JC to find out about survey work in terms of when we'll know some of those answers. But just to kind of clarify, the safety response team will not discuss fare. You should, customer safety supervisors will, and I know there's terminology there is really kind of confusing. But the customer safety supervisor investment, I think, is what you're alluding to, and we'll find that out after the survey. But safety response team, I just want to clarify that because we really do want to make sure that those folks are not connected to fare enforcement. They're really doing that function of connecting with people and making sure they have the right information or supported. JC, do you have thoughts on survey?
Yeah, we haven't mapped it out just yet on the survey, but hopefully next spring.
Next spring.
Mr. Gardner, would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, a few comments to what was said earlier. Just the first thing I'd say is, and this is on the safety response team and rider ambassadors, we are working with Reimagine, and we've sent out the safety response team job description, the rider ambassador program that the city of the streetcars uses, and our old historical rider advocate program to all of our Reimagine members to show them the differences and the similarities. The safety response team is like 95% the same. And we've asked, what else can we do to make this even more community friendly? But I'm glad we've separated their fair inspection is not one of their rules. And I think already, and you'll hear this next month, there's been a ton of positive reinforcement. What I really wanted to address, which seemed to like float by this conversation, is that we were doing it more regularly, the fair evasion survey. And so when I got here in 2015, the number of people who said fair was an issue was more 5 or 6%. So to move that down to 2%, I think, is connected to all of our fair subsidy programs. But again, if you unpack that, only 2% of those 10,000 brought up fare, and the cost of fare is an issue. So I think a lot of what we've done through the low-income fare program and many other things are working. And then lastly, I want to make sure folks, especially the TIAC folks, get credit for all the efforts TriMet's made to decriminalize the system. So that was a formal letter that the committee developed in 2016, submitted to the board. The board enacted all of those changes, and since 2018, police no longer inspect fares. Since 2018, if you get cited for fare evasion, you can have an administrative review. It could be forgiven, you could be given community service in lieu of fine, or you can sign up for the low-income fare program. So. And of course, many years ago, we've gone unarmed, where groups like properties like Seattle, just up the river, they have armed fare inspection. So I think we are far beyond decriminalizing the fare inspection process. That has been happening for almost 5 years. So when I hear that, I feel we're doing a disservice to all the work we've done with community to make our system more safe and welcoming. So just want to make sure people understand within that there's a lot of really good news.
Thank you. Nancy, do you have the answer for Dr. Lewis on how had we had zero fare evasion in 2019, how that would impact our fare box recovery?
Yeah, we can get that for you.
Oh, it's not something you can calculate right now.
Yeah, because I need the other numbers.
Sorry. You were just calculating it. Okay. We'll get back to you on that, okay, Dr. Lewis?
Thank you.
President.
Yes.
Just to kind of maybe wrap up this conversation, I would just be very interested in looking at all the breakdown of the personnel and the positions. We heard ambassadors, rider advocates, safety response team, unarmed private security folks. So I just want to understand the ecosystem of all of these folks who interact with our public, either check fares or don't fares. And then I still have a lot of questions around code enforcement. We don't need to get into this, but I just want to be able to, make sure that I'm doing a thorough job as a steward of public resources to let the public know these are the people who are on our system who are doing X, Y, and Z for you.
Right. I think that's understood. And, I remember when I was on the Safety Security Committee before the Reimagining Public Safety, I said I wanted to make sure that we had a way of delineating what each person's role was and I think we've gotten to the point of having different kinds of uniforms and titles and things like that. I understand that Dr. Edwards has a comment. Dr. Edwards?
I've been elevated.
Oh, now I've never been good with titles, so I'd really like to be on a first name basis, but that's not the culture of this organization. So you are a doctor today, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. I just, and Andrew and JC can probably answer this. What measuring tool do you use besides just a survey? Is there any other measuring tool that you have for the impact that the safety and security has?
Yeah, we have rate of compliance, kind of rate that we use with the customer safety supervisors. And so, and there's a lots of different measures there. I'd be happy to provide those. And I'll say this as well, that, and I think this goes to Director Way's question too, is part of that update at the end of this month, and I kind of went over some of these roles in August, but I'm going to be bringing that back forward and really just explaining, each one of these roles, where their impact's at, kind of in a more comprehensive update, which I think will be helpful. Yes. We also may hear from a member of the SRT team. And so I think that'll be it'll help us kind of all understand kind of the direction we're headed. So.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful. I don't know that you'd need to do this, but if we knew what they looked like, what their uniforms look like.
Yes.
So, because we've got different kinds of security, I just get really confused. And I remember making the comment when I was on the committee that you go into a hospital and you have a name and their role on their name. And it becomes really clear whether you're talking to a nurse, a technician, a doctor, and just to demystify what everyone's role is within the organization would be really helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, and we'll have kind of that, but we did this for the Reimagine team as well, just with pictures of the folks, just to kind of show exactly what the uniform looks like for an SRT member, that sort of thing. And I think it is important that particularly everybody in this agency, but also in the community, kind of understand what those different roles are. And I've had these conversations with JC too, to kind of do some more kind of communication around some of this. But I do want to say, it's not that we're trying to make the system more complex, in the sense we're very strategic with this. I think everybody understands this, but I'll just put this back out there. In 2014, your option out there may have been just a law enforcement officer. And that's just one tool, which is very specialized in a different, and we move strategically away from that to have multiple tools so that we can really meet the need at the right, with the right tool. And I think everybody understands that, but so that's why we have various different folks out there doing various different functions, because we think that serves our community better. So, and we'll bring that up at the end of this month too.
Director Bauman?
I guess as a kind of a follow-up to that, and it goes along the same lines. Is there someone that that is a part of that personnel that goes out and unidentified, only known perhaps to the TriMet employees, that goes and comes back with a report card, if you will, on how the environment may have changed?
I'm thinking like a secret shopper.
Yeah.
We have, I'll tell you this, no. And I don't know that that's a bad idea. I think that's part of the survey work, is to try to kind of get the real, how this is being felt out there. I will tell you, I get a lot of emails, and I know Sam and Bonnie and others get a lot of emails from employees that are writing out on the system, which I think gives us some feedback. But it'd be good to maybe explore that a little bit more.
We used to have them.
Oh, did you?
They were cut because of budget, so a long time ago.
Good idea.
I just think that would be good information. If I got on there, I'm riding today, and I get on there 2 weeks from now, and there's a noticeable change in the atmosphere, in the environment, and I can attribute that to safety and security and the reimagining safety, that's what I would like to be able to measure that somehow.
Thank you, Director Edwards. Director Bauman, and then General Manager DeSue.
I just wanted to follow up on John Gardner's comments about decriminalizing fair enforcement. There was a committee that I was on that included community members that kind of created the administrative system that's in place now. And I think pre-COVID we had a presentation about kind of with statistics, how many people use community service, how many folks kind of, how this administrative enforcement played out, and perhaps it's timely for another kind of update for the board on how the system works and kind of what the data is.
Thank you. General Manager DeSue?
Totally agree on the decriminalizing. Just want to thank John, Director Way, TI, all the teams that got together during all of the protests, from George Floyd all the way up through COVID, and to get us decriminalized. I'm going to tap the COO and the Director of safety and security, and we're going to come back to you to give you a full breakdown of our security personnel. And let's go ahead and target for the October board meeting, if that's okay with you, to give you that ecosystem breakdown as you put forward.
Well, and I think it'd be beneficial, since there's some questions about what aspects of security are part of operations and what aspects are not. That would be also helpful. Are there any other questions? Well, we ended sooner than 90 minutes by 25 minutes. So we can do one of two things. We could take a break and come back sooner. I don't know when lunch is being delivered. Okay, let's take a break and let's have an early lunch. And I've indicated that our ending time is subject to being earlier, and I'm sure many of you would like that. So why don't we take a break now and reconvene in an hour, let's say at 12:30.
Is my lunch being flown in?
I didn't understand that, Director Edwards.
I said, is my lunch being flown in?
Oh, his lunch is being flown.
I'm just-
Sorry, Dr. Edwards, that was one detail I missed. I apologize.
No, exactly.
I'll buy you lunch when you come back. has some information that was requested from this morning by you, Dr. Lewis, and by you, Director Way. So I'll go ahead and turn the mic over to you, Nancy.
Great, thank you, Director Simmons. So the question was, is that if we had actually collected the 18 plus million on the fare evasion, how would that have changed our fare box recovery ratio? The answer is it would have increased that ratio by 4.5%, 4.5% increase. The second question was within our operating costs, and we have that word security in there. What do we specifically mean by security? That includes our G4S contract and our Multnomah County agreement, specifically the customer safety supervisors.
Okay, just those two items. Thank you. Mr. Vanetta, did you have?
Yeah, I just had a little quick clarification. The fare evasion survey was only done on MAX. That does not include our bus system, so just MAX.
Okay. Open system presents all kinds of opportunities, particularly on the bus. Okay, so we're going to begin with this afternoon's information, and I want to bring to your attention that there's a lot of discussion in Portland and really across the country about why not make fares free. We have further looked into at least two systems that are approaching free fares, and I want to ask General Manager Dessou to review these findings and to remind us what Portland found when we looked at it for our own system. So, General Manager Dessou.
So thanks, President Simmons and Board. Thank you. I know that there's been a push to make fares free. Actually, I met with a group of folks just recently that asked me the question directly and said, hey, Sam, I know that you came from Kansas City, and I know that they have free fares there, and, you know, why aren't you moving towards that here in Portland? And I made the comment to them that if we can find the funding to be able to support the operating costs, that we would be very interested in having that conversation. And I think that's the critical piece, because it costs to run a transit system. And you all know that annually it costs us a little bit over $500 million a year to operate TriMet, both from the rail and the bus side of our business. And then when you add in the asset replacement, as I was stating to you earlier, our Blue Line is at life expectancy right now. We're in the process of waiting on 26 Type 1 trains that are coming in at $5.9 million per train. And then when you look at our catenary systems and everything else, there's a cost that we're going to have to provide asset replacement in order to continue to deliver transportation services here to the communities here in Portland. I've asked J.C. Vanetta and Jamie Surface if you could come forward here. We've had some very intensified review of both Kansas City and LA Metro. Wanted to let you know that 2 years ago, LA Metro during COVID, decided not to charge fares. And they were subsidized by the coronavirus funding that was taking place. However, that's getting ready to stop. And just to let you know, the free service that LA Metro was providing now is come to an end. And Jamie's going to get into those details and really talk about it. With that, too, as Kansas City, I was there during a time frame where it was converted, and actually leaving to come to TriMet at the time, and they are in conversation now with the city of Kansas City, Missouri, about the continuation of free services because of the system that they use to provide fares. They have two sales tax that go to the agency. One is a sales tax that's collected 3/8 of a cent that goes to transportation for the cities that is being competed with the transportation agency. And then there's a dedicated sales tax that go directly to the agency itself. And the mayor and the agency are in conversations about how much of that funding go to Kansas City. And now the conversation has come up just recently. If you look at all of the news media that's occurred, is the mayor refused to provide the sales tax to Kansas City Transportation Authority this year, and he diverted $20 million of the funds towards replacing all of the street LED lights in the city. So that leaves a hole now for the authority to be able to move forward. So there's a lot of ambiguity and conversations that I'll be talking to you as we go through this presentation. But again, I just wanted to have Jamie kind of go over what the experimenting that's taken place at both of these locations. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Sam. Good afternoon to the board members and to you, President Simmons. So as we look for the free fare systems, is there a...
There's an echo.
That's
There.
It's not true.
How about now? Perfect, thank you. So as we look at the, first of all, thank you for the introduction of Kansas City. We'll be presenting 2 case studies in addition to a very high-level overview of fare-free systems in the United States. So if we can move forward to the next slide, please. As we look at free systems across the United States, you would notice that across the systems, they aren't systems like TriMet that are free. They are properties that are offering fully free services. They fall under 4 different categories. They are small urban areas, they are rural areas, they are resort communities, and they are university-dominated communities. Next slide, please. So within that 4 criteria, for the systems that are free or partially free, there are approximately 60 transit systems that have some form of free urban transit option. And that is of the approximate 6,800 organizations that provide public transportation in the United States, so just less than 1%. Of the 60% that are offering it, 32 are completely free systems. These offer no other paid transit service, and there are only 4 of the completely free systems that actually provide weekend service and offer at least 3 routes that operate Monday through Sunday, and they are all in resort communities. The 32 free systems are in areas with small populations that are under 45,000, which is roughly the size of Lake Oswego area, so just a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller, depending on where you're at. 13 of those 32 systems are located in communities that are dominated by universities or their college towns. They run service Monday through Friday, and most routes are every 30 to 60 minutes. They also decrease their service in academic off periods, so during summer term, during Christmas break, spring break, winter break, all of those times they decrease the services because staff, faculty, and other individuals utilizing it from the campus perspective do not utilize the system. Across the systems, the average number of bus lines for a free system is 8. The average, and also across the transit agencies that have limited and infrequent service, there is little to very minimal weekend service. So the evening service tends to end around 8 p.m. and then it'll switch to maybe every hour to 90 minutes until about 10 or 11 o'clock. And with the exception of the resort communities, Sunday transit service is not offered on any fully free system. And that also includes here in Oregon with Corvallis. They do not run Sunday service. All these agencies run their bus lines at an hour or greater intervals on both Saturdays and, well, not on Sundays. Funding for these systems is by a city sales tax, a city bond, by the businesses or community organizations that they serve or other external entities. The cost burdens are not borne by the transit agency. Next, please. So I'll be providing information on 2 systems that have been designated as free. The first, as Sam introduced, is Kansas City and KCATA. So in 2019, KCATA made very public headlines with their past resolution to implement free fares across the system. Although the resolution was passed, there was no funding for the system-wide program, and fares continued to be charged up until 2020 when COVID struck, and they decided to make the system completely zero fare to limit contact with the drivers and to protect that safety. Also, building off of what Sam has said, is with KCATA, they are an exception to the 4 free criterion categories I had mentioned earlier with being rural or smaller communities. So they are an exception, and that's why this is standalone and not included with the other ones. But in their journey toward being fare free, they took an iterative process. It was not something that they immediately did. They started in 2016 by providing a free streetcar, and that was funded by all of the businesses that they served locally along the streetcar route. In 2017, they offered free rides for veterans. In 2018, they extended free rides to students. In 2019, they passed their resolution, and in 2020, they did suspend fare collection for driver safety. Next, please. So KTA's free fare costs are estimated to be about $8 million. And this is in addition to the funding that they receive from their designated taxes. This is straight costs that they would lose for their fare revenue. So for the 2022-2023 fiscal year, the city stated they would provide $5.1 million to fund operations to cover the loss of revenue. The additional shortfall of $3 million is being funded through civic partnerships, through state and through federal funding. So it is not being absorbed by the institution. Next, please. If we look at a comparison of KCAT and TriMet, I have some information that was pulled from the transit website. And this is very high level on what is there. But if we actually look at it, Kansas City boasts an urban population that is modestly comparable to TriMet. But aside from the comparable urban population size, the specific agency demographics reflect very little similarities, you can see. In Kansas City, their unlinked trips are about 12% the total number of TriMet's unlinked trips. Their operating revenue fleet is 38% the size of TriMet's. Prior to going fare free, their fare revenue comprised of only 3.4% of their operating budget compared to 22.5% of TriMet's revenue for their operating. And for the operating expenses, Kansas City is only 18% of TriMet's budget. Next, please. So overall, with Kansas City and their program, the system has been fare free since COVID. And they have been looking at ways to fund it. As stated earlier, it was provided to this, they provided the transits at no cost to Kansas City, but they have been looking for funding to be able to fund this loss of the $8 million. The problem is that the city is putting forward that $5.1 million for this fiscal year, but they are already looking for ways to reallocate that funding and to not provide it long-term. So they do not have any procurement for long-term funding beyond June 30th of this fiscal year. Next, please. The second study is with LA Metro. And LA Metro is really interesting because it was reported that they were the largest free fare pilot program in the history of transit. But this designation was not an actual pilot. It was a program that was due to limiting the contact of drivers and COVID in a very large metropolitan area. So they suspended their fares because of COVID-19, not because it was a voluntary pilot program. Fares for LA Metro were restored due to the agency's inability to forego $300 million in lost revenue for not collecting fares. So when LA Metro did resume their fares this year of January, they provided a 50% reduction for those fares through December of this year to help bring people back to the system and to help ease that cost burden for having them be fare free for that year and a half. In September of 2020, they created a Fareless System Initiative task force for investigating a multi-phase approach to eliminate fares on metro buses and trains to actually look at the feasibility for creating a fare-free system. This included a purpose of identifying facts, challenges, and opportunities related to going fare-free for all buses and trains across the metro system. It was reported at the report and their recommendation that if they do, they implement it as a phased approach, not as a full, all-encompassing free system. The phased approach were 2 phases, with the first phase providing free fares for K through 14, which is community college. And phase 2 was to provide a 90-day free pass for their low-income fare qualified riders. And they were actually hoping to be able to expand that through the end of 2023 fiscal year. Next, please. So with LA Metro and their free fare costs, with phase 1, K through 14, and providing free transit for all K through 14 students, it's an estimated cost of about $50 million per year. $33 million per year is to be borne by Metro, and it is paid for them with interest savings from defeased bonds that they are putting toward that program. And the additional $16 million is borne by participating agencies and community colleges for the program. Phase 2 for the low-income fare 90-day free pass. This is actually a grant that is being provided by LA Metro to be able to provide that benefit. There is no long-term funding for this. It is still set to end in June of 2023 as well. So with the future of LA Metro and their fare list system, it's actually reached a standstill. On September 15th, California Governor Newsom, he did veto a bipartisan bill to provide 5-year free transit access for all students K through California State University funded systems. In his veto, the governor cited the bill would create a significant cost pressure on the state, since funding for the program is not accounted for in the state's current budget. Secondarily, the bill would have also designated the California Department of Transportation to be the entity to run the program and to manage all grant funding to all entities within the state of California. LA Metro's free fare pilots for both K through 14, as well as their low-income fare 90-day pass, is set to expire in June of 2023. With LA Metro, very high level on them, is that it was fare free during COVID, and like many other agencies, that was to reduce the contact with drivers not willingly to run a fare free pilot. They will continue their K through 14 fare free pilot, and through June of 2023. There is no plans to continue it at this time because they have not procured any other funding, and because of that savings and the bonds that they are using to fund that, it is not long term. If continued, the cost of LA Metro's free youth program will continue to be incurred by the agency rather than external sources. And there are also no plans for extending the grant program for funding for their low-income fare 90-day free pass program. Please. As we've looked at fare-free findings across the United States, as well as the case studies of Metro and Kansas City, a couple of things have really highlighted and stood out across the system. And so as we have looked at this and looked at the feasibility of going fare-free, very, very high level, we have found that incurring costs as an agency to pay for a free system is not going to be cost effective for TriMet. Going fare-free in this regard benefits the incorrect demographic. 20% of the fare revenue comes from businesses, 4% from tourism, 25% from customers who have households over $100,000, and it benefits those who already have very strong transit service who live in close neighborhoods to transit. It would adversely also affect TriMet expansion, where pre-pandemic, when we had revenue at a much higher level as it was, the amount of lost revenue equated to 18 to 27 years of expanding and maintaining service. No comparable agency for TriMet, as we saw with Kansas City, although in size, it was not comparable in other ways, is not, there are no other free systems like that across the United States. They are also not comparable in fleet operation, budgetary operation, weekly and weekend service operation, and the frequency. You'll see that most of those free systems, what that they do have an offering are the free lines. They are a free circular, they're a streetcar, or they are a zonal system. Please. Further, there are equity concerns that can come through providing a free system. When you provide a free pass option to any single demographic, the equity and disparate impacts are a concern across the spectrum, including all ethnic and age groups and all income levels. This is something we recognized recently with the discontinuation of the Honored Citizen Downtown Pass at the last board meeting via Ordinance 368, while this pass was free and it was a used pass, it was benefiting the wrong demographic, and we were in an equity violation with 92% of its users being non-minority and above the federal poverty line. Pilots are an excellent way to experiment and introduce fare offerings, but there's problems that arise with expiration of those. Without consistent long-term funding, the complete and promised implementation is not possible. And so the pilots bring in a great temporary option, but without the procurement and securing of financial stability to fund those programs, it becomes a financial and a burden upon the agency to be able to continue to effectively monitor and expand on all their aspects of operations. Replacing lost revenue and having those revenue streams accounted for with the free pilots is crucial if the agency wants to maintain and be able to enhance and expand their service for all riders, regardless of their location across the system. Agencies that have fully free systems do have long-term funding. We saw it with Kansas City. It's very prevalent with LA. And even here, we can see it in Corvallis with their system. They have a citywide utility tax that is very permanent and long-standing for funding their system. The transit agencies, overall, when you look at this, they are not the main bearers of financing the free systems or the programs. No transit agency is fully responsible for funding or financing the free system or the program. As we move forward with it, TriMet is committed to continuing to offer equitable and affordable fare options while continuing to provide low-cost transit. And this approach allows TriMet to remain accessible, affordable, and allows the agency to provide better transit options.
Awesome. I just want to note that Jamie is our Senior Fare Policy Program Coordinator. So she lives and breathes this stuff. So thank you, Jamie. Appreciate that. Questions?
I didn't know, General Manager Dessou, did you had some additional comments that you wanted to make?
I do. Just want to add, I know that some of you are hearing about what's going on at C-Tran right now. With that. And one of the things is the state of Washington just moved ahead with a transportation package for $3 billion in the state of Washington. So all transit systems in the state of Washington can apply for a grant to provide free transportation to youths from 18 and below. And most organizations, they have until October 1st to sign up. So you'll hear C-Tran here probably this week, if not already, go to the news and let everyone know that their youth will be riding their buses free. But C-Tran will be the recipient over the next 16 years of full funding for that service that's provided.
I thought the funding was greater than $3 million.
It's $3 billion. $3 billion transit plan, and it includes roads, bridges, highways, transit over the next 16 years.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other comments that you want to make?
I do. I think that during this time, and I know you and I talked, there's quite a few transit agencies that are free, as Jamie brought forward, and it's been a discussion that's been out there on the circuit right now. With that, there was a proposed law in Congress where the law would create a $5 billion fund to help transit agencies to go fare free, and they're still having that conversation right now about putting the money out there, so that's not taking place. But what I do want to just let you know, I think everybody's kind of feeling the inflation pinch right now with what's going on. And I took a couple of agencies here in town just to look at what's going on. So I'll start off with Portland General Electric. They had a 4% rate increase this year here. PBOT just increased our public parking. So if you come into downtown and you park on one of the streets, there's a 20-cent increase as of July 1st that's taking place now. If you live in the city limits of Portland, currently your water service has increased 7.7% to a single-family resident on a monthly basis. I was just talking a little bit with Shelley and President Simmons at our lunch. Our gas prices have spiked as well this last week by 50 cents. In September, our statewide average on gasoline was $5.14 per gallon, and this 50-cent spike occurred because of the supply constraints with several of our West Coast refineries going under maintenance right now and shutting down. And so Oregon now is the third highest per gallon gasoline state, following California and Hawaii. Oregon is third, and then Nevada and Washington and Alaska follows Oregon from that. And then the last piece I wanted to say here within the state, or within Portland, is the garbage collection. Your garbage bill, if you're living here in Portland, it increased 1% as of July 1st, and that was due to fuel costs and maintenance costs. So I just wanted to just bring to your attention that, again, I think everyone's looking at the costs. And for those of us that went out to restaurants or food costs, going to the grocery store, you see that. So again, I think the concept of free is good to talk about it, but there's a cost with everything that you bring into an organization.
Right. I know I mentioned to General Manager Dessou at lunch that I realized this is optional, but I just got my renewal for my virtual Oregonian, and it's a 37% increase just to get the paper virtually. Made me think about it. The other thing I think about by what you're saying is that those cost increases are many of which that TriMet incurs, and it's what is helping to drive, some of our operating costs higher on the basis of those kinds of increases. So does anyone have any questions for Director Edwards? You have a question.
Yes, Director Simmons, President Simmons, thank you very much. I had a question regarding that. I think it was in Kansas City. They stopped use after 8 p.m. during the week. And I just had a question on, do we know what demographic that was? Who was impacted by that, by not having the service after 8 p.m.? And what percentage of the ridership was that?
No, those are most other agencies, not Kansas City. Kansas City is an exception among the other free agencies across the United States. Kansas City, they still do offer transit service that is Monday through Sunday, and I would actually just have to look and see what their schedules are. But they do run weekend service because they are an exception because they are a larger metropolis area that was not included in that 4 criteria.
So it was the smaller. Smaller areas that weren't running after 8 p.m.
Correct.
Okay.
I would like to jump in as well. You are correct there, and I could just talk a little bit about my time there. Director Edwards, the complexity there that occurred is that the Kansas City Transportation Authority service both Kansas and Missouri, and what we've not talked about here is the state of Kansas decided not to have free service. So I want you to think about the complexity. So 7 counties that you're serving, 3 of the counties are in Kansas, and the other 4 counties are in the state of Missouri. So you're confused as a customer on when should you pay and when should you not pay, because when you go across the state line on a bus, they stop and then they make you pay once you go over to Kansas, because Kansas decided that they did not want free service that was there. And as of today, they have completely pulled away from the KCATA, and there's been staffing changes that's occurred, and now Kansas is going back to start their own transportation system back in operations due to all of this debacle that was going on.
Another reason why we left Kansas.
Director Way? Oh, I didn't,
No worries.
there's so much stuff on the table, I just don't always
my
see
cookie,
it.
my
Okay,
cookie.
yeah.
Thank you, Jamie. Had one quick clarifying question and the comment, General, about in your earlier slides about the number 22.5%, as from my last presentation, my understanding was that our fare box recovery ratio was about 13% most recently. Just curious.
2019 numbers.
Okay, those are in 2019.
Yes,
Okay,
those were
great.
the comparable ones that were pulled from the NPAT website.
Thank you.
Yes.
And my comment sort of ties in with what we're talking about here. My general sentiment about the topic of free fare, it's not about how many of our current riders consider the fare amount to be a burden, but rather it's about how many of the non-riders, the choice riders who are sitting at home, how many of those would ride our system if we had a fareless system. And I think my train of thought is that way because of my personal belief that we as an agency exist primarily to provide mobility solutions to as many metro residents as possible. And in thinking that, as we as an agency is already a great steward of our resources. I mean, I'm talking about we already spend smartly, right? So the question isn't about cutting costs, and I know that nobody's talking about cutting costs. So I just want to mention that because generally when we're doing budgeting, it's about cutting costs or increasing revenue. So cutting costs, for me, I have ruled that one out for this particular topic. But it's about adding funding. Now, there are multiple ways of adding funding, and we're specifically contemplating fare increase or something about the fares. But my personal kind of a go-to gut reaction based on the evidence that has been presented to us is that we should try even harder. We're trying hard, try even harder to work more collaboratively with the local jurisdictions and the state to seek more funding instead of contemplating this idea of putting more on the burden on our residents who are already burdened by inflation and whatnot. And ultimately, though, in order to make the math work, to have a sustainable future or to have sustained future, period, we will need additional funding. I am 100% on the same page about that because I think it's math. It's not my belief. It's the numbers, the projections that we've seen. We need more money to make our ends meet and to continue to provide the services that we're providing. So I think my personal emphasis should be more on what kind of strategies can we develop with the staff and each of our board members to work with our local electeds at the city level, county level, and the state level, and sure, metro level as well, to increase funding that way, rather than putting, throwing our residents under the bus, right? So, yeah, that's my general sentiment at this point in time. Thank you.
Director Wang.
Thank you. Appreciate the work, Jamie, that you've done, and sorry, it's echoey over here, but really appreciate the work and the research that you've done. I think some of my sentiments are similar to Director Kim's. I do think this is just one individual board member speaking, that public transit is a human right. That if we try to provide transit that is equitable, that is fair, FAIR, not FARE, then anybody, regardless of if they make, $8, $6 an hour, or $100,000 a year, would and should be able to get on our system and to get to their appointments, get to the hospitals, get to school, whatever it is. So I just want to say that because I think in the beginning there was a little bit of a precedence here that perhaps this discussion was the importance of fares and to the operations and to the financial health of TriMet. And I want to push back on that. As an individual board member, I think that is the very basic philosophical question that we have before today, is that really a critical piece of public transit? So again, that is a question that I want to continue to put out there. I appreciate the research and analysis done, but I also feel like, it's a little bit of what I feel like is like, well, these agencies have done it, they've tried it, it's not working well, so maybe the recommendation is that we shouldn't try it. I beg to differ. I'm a proud Oregonian. I feel like Oregon has always been a trailblazing state to be innovative. I think we have very smart people here in the room who can really crack this nut of whether or not over time, decades from now, right? Do we really need to rely on fair revenue as a part of the equation around our operating expenses? So that is, a big question that I want to continue to ask. I think there's very smart people here again in the room. I'm very intimidated. When I first walked in, there was a lot of people that have a lot of transit knowledge and experience more than me, but so I think we can get there. I think we can figure it out with some innovative solutions, maybe with some phased in piloting approaches. I know that some people shudder when they hear the word pilot and, we're going to try this out and that out. But why not explore? That's a question. Those are all the questions that I'm sort of sitting with as a board. General Manager DeSue, some folks have also alluded to this. I'm so glad that you brought up inflation. It is hitting my household. It is hitting, I'm sure, so many people around the table. But you know what? I'm not the person that's making $6 an hour. Yes, it's annoying to me that costs are going up, but if I have to pay between $250 now and $275 later and incremental increases, that's going to affect the poorest Oregonians, in my opinion. The people who, even before the pandemic, were taking transit because they have, frankly, no other choice. They had no other choice but to get from point A to point B. And I would like our region, I would like our agency to come with that mindset that we are a public service, that we are a public good. We're not just a commodity that's just, talking about what can we continue to charge people who, quite frankly, again, are trying to make their ends meet. So I'll get off my soapbox, but I have some other thoughts. Thanks.
Okay. JC.
Yeah, I just actually wanted to follow up. Director Kim, you had talked about kind of some other streams of revenue. A quick little reminder, we did get a new stream of revenue from the state government, HB 2017, which we are seeing, and that's being used for future growth for our bus system. So just there's that. And we still do have the increase in the payroll tax. Now, I'm not saying that we can't pursue other funding sources, which we should, and we should figure out a strategy. But just so you know that we have those still in play. But I agree, we have to figure out a path forward on how do we grow that.
Right.
Thank you, JC. Appreciate that. And, I just want increasing fare to be the last option we take. We need to figure out the funding, figure out the math. We need to make sure the math works. And so I'm on the same page about that. But, perhaps fare could be a second or tertiary option once we've exhausted all of our political and practical avenues. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Let me find my
I
place.
have my hand raised again.
Oh, I didn't see your hand raised.
Thank
Hi.
you.
Hi, Director Edwards.
Hello. I certainly understand and appreciate the fact that we are a service. But there are factors that we have no control over that impact us. And when you consider having an open system where anyone can ride, given the houseless issues that we have in this city, in the 3 counties, I think that you have to weigh that option as well. Because when I'm houseless and I'm going to transport from one location to another, I'm going to jump on the free transit system. And if that occurs, that's going to impact others that are not houseless, and they may not ride the system. And you may end up with a system that's only taking care of those houseless folks or those folks that are indigent. And that concerns me. And I think that needs to be considered when you start talking about a fairless system.
Thank you, Director Edwards. This is the time in our program where we're going to spend some time. I won't indicate how much time because it'll depend on how much conversation there is. But this is our time, you know, for the board to have a conversation about all that we've heard so far today. And let me begin by mentioning 3 points in our policy: that our pricing strategy needs to keep pace with the cost of service, and the agency needs to have a sustainable balance of growth in ridership and passenger revenue. That the agency needs to consider the impact, obviously, on its customers and on equity whenever it changes fares. And that the agency needs to mitigate fare costs for the low-income and transit-dependent riders. So it's evident that a fare increase, to me, that doesn't deny the fact that maybe the agency needs to consider other alternatives, but those aren't on the horizon today. And therefore, I feel that the agency needs to consider a fare increase, and it's required to sustain operations, and that TriMet's ability to grow and maintain service will be limited without fare increases. And so this is an opportunity for us to talk amongst ourselves, talk with members of the staff, ask questions, and, you know, to both of you, I believe in things that don't cost anything, and that this is a service. And I was always told when I was growing up that there's no free lunch. Somebody pays. And I understand that you're not saying someone shouldn't pay. It's just not the rider. I lived and worked in Southern California at a 2-year public college at the beginning of my career, and it was tuition free. And what we found in that situation was that people would enroll in courses that they never intended to attend, and that individuals who needed those courses to complete their degree couldn't get in. And it didn't take very long for the legislature to indicate, you know, that people value what they pay for, and that they needed to institute a nominal tuition charge within the California community college system. And it changed the whole system, where people registered for courses that they needed for their degrees. And so I saw the downside of a free system where it was abused. I'm not saying it would be abused in terms of transit use, but I mean, we have to think about the implications of where other agencies have, the experiences they've had. And quite frankly, if we're able to find a funding source, it has to be more than a one-time funding source. It has to be incremental. It needs to grow each year, because as our costs go up and as our system ages, you know, we need more and more resources to be able to support those. So that's just where I'm standing, and I'd be really interested to hear where others are. Director Gonzalez.
Thank you, President Simmons. I've got a handful of thoughts. I'm going to try to structure them in some rational sequence. I think, first of all, I want to acknowledge the issue at hand. You know, we've got a problem to solve. I see the trends in the forecast. What we're looking at down the pipe here is not sustainable, and we put our AAA rating at risk if we don't start to address these issues. And you know, I'm a big proponent of making sure that we're making these things accessible. And if I thought saying "figure it out" would get the job done, I'd say "figure it out." If I thought, you know what, Governor, please pass a sales tax already and hook us up, and if I thought that would work, I would say let's just do that, and it would solve our issues. And if I were to borrow from the EPA, making something or calling something, entitling something a human right doesn't make it free still. Clean air and clean water are a human right. We've ended that debate decades ago, and we are enjoying them right now, but we are paying for them. It's not direct, but we are paying for them in the form of enforcement, in the form of legislation, in the form of operating expenses for folks that have to comply. And I think in that regard, I'd love to say clothing were a human right if I thought that that was going to make it so that nobody was ever cold and always had shelter, at least on their back. But I know that these things don't make it free. So I know that we have a problem at hand here. And what I see is that we've got three variables that we have to consider in order to get to our fare box recovery and improve that. There's, of course, the price of fare, that's one. There's the ridership, that's another. How full are these vehicles that we're using to transport? And then, of course, evasion, fare evasion. And I think we need to be looking at this on all three fronts, first of all. I think a comprehensive strategy is addressing all three of those variables. And I know that if we were to double our fare today and cut our ridership in half, we're in the same place we were. And I know that those two things come together. But from what I'm hearing in our analysis, the reason people are not getting on the bus and the trains more today has less to do with the price of getting on, and it has a lot more to do with, can it get me where I need to go on time? And I would say firsthand, we have low-income fare programs. We have the potential to focus a low-income fare program and say that will now be free fare for low-income households. We have the same thing we can do with youth passes and say we're going to focus a program that's going to make sure people can ride for free up until they reach adulthood. And that gives us parameters that we can start to sort of chip away at. So one of my points I want to give is that I don't think it's an all or nothing scenario. It's either all free or it's not at all free. I think we have opportunities here to reach segments of our population and make sure that they can access it free. And frankly, if we had a low-income fare program that was able to provide low-income or free fares to qualifying households, I don't see an access issue to the sort of standard fare. And I think that that's something I consider heavily. I would not want to be talking about increasing fares without making sure that we have a low-income fare system in place. That, to me, addresses the equity and access issue. And the other piece of it is, in the examples, I heard a few instances where there were certain fare or certain fare-free portions of a system, perhaps a fareless route. We spoke of our history of having a fareless square. That's a geographic boundary, but we can also explore opportunities to have fareless corridors of a route, fareless connection points that are paid for by some of those job centers, employment centers, anchor institutions like OHSU that need to move a lot of people to the same location. I think we have opportunities to explore how those folks can prepay and how we can take that fare recovery off the burden of the person getting on the system and onto the entity that wants to make sure they actually get there. And I think, malls, entertainment venues, sports venues, and job centers are perfect allies to try to figure out how to bring funding to a system that at the end of the day, I think is going to be best served by getting people where they need to go, not necessarily just trying to be a free option. So those are some of the thoughts that I'm seeing right now around how I feel like we should be addressing this issue. So in closing, I think what I'd love to see us doing is to be able to look at not an all or nothing kind of scenario, to really see where we can align our service to end users that are interested in making sure that service is there. I do believe that we have a lot of partnership opportunities there. And finally, I also believe that as a board, the most dangerous thing we can put ourselves into is being in a position of actually telling you what the fare should be. I believe that our best position is to give you parameters by which you should be looking at fares and give you some guidelines for what we consider good rationale for revisiting fares. And of course, when these things come, there's already a Title VI analysis that has to come. It will have to come to the board inevitably. But I don't think it's our best and highest use to be the one saying it's got to be this price. And it's a major problem if we're being thrown at that conversation directly. Yeah, those are some of my thoughts. I think that are hopefully shedding some light on what I consider to be some opportunities. Something that directs you a little bit beyond, go figure it out, to actually get us in some directions here. And I really appreciate bringing this conversation forward. Clearly, our community is highly interested in this, and I think that even folks that aren't paying for it, even our agency partners currently, they want our system to actually function. So how do we connect those dots is what I'm looking to see next.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Director
Thank you.
Gonzalez. Next, we have Director Wade, followed by Director Bauman.
Thank you. I've been told by audio team I need to lower my mic. Is that better? Okay, thank you. I completely agree with Director Gonzalez's points, and also President Simmons. Just to clarify, I'm not saying there isn't anybody who's not going to be paying into the system. We need to find resources. Again, we need to find funding. I think this is where this A-team, folks can continue to help us strategize with what to do there as a board. I also wanted to, I think Jamie was the one who brought this up, but it sounded like there was a Fairless System Initiative Task Force. I had written that down, that LA Metro convened. And so, I'm thinking outside of this conversation that we're having here with our team, and I know there might be some folks who are live streaming, but I'm looking around and I don't know if there's other members of the public who are here today, but I think this is a great starting point conversation, but I think that we need to be intentional about the community engagement piece, the public affairs, right? How do we want to structure, at least for me, exploring and going through this sort of fairless model or fairless subsidized system in the way that is going to be equitable with the voices that we want to see around the table. So those are just some thoughts and comments that I have. And then I just also would be remiss if I didn't talk about some of the planning work that TIAC has already wanting to do around creating a subgroup or subcommittee to look at fares, to look at fairless options. I know that that was something that we had talked about at the retreat. There was also some discussion around safety that has continued to come out of our community groups that we regularly convene as a board, and that each of us are board liaisons of. So I also want to make sure that we are including as many community voices as we can, because, like I said, at the end of the day, it is the board's decision, but we should be able to hear feedback from everybody from all walks of life.
Thank you, Director Bauman.
Right, I have just a couple of comments. I guess I first want to thank everyone today who's created this presentation and worked so hard on it. I think this has been really excellent information for the board. I also want to comment that TriMet has done a fantastic job providing great service at a price that has not changed in many years. And I think we should acknowledge that there's been some great work around that, including finding other sources of funding, like House Bill 2017. I also agree with Director Gonzalez that the agency should continue to put efforts into two things: increasing ridership and increasing compliance in paying fares. And the reason for that is that if we do have a fare increase in the future, we don't want it to appear to be increasing fares in order to offset the fact that fewer people are riding. I mean, I think there'll be some perception of that, that this is a kind of a cost that's being imposed on those who do pay and those who do ride because ridership is down. And we want to avoid that. It's best for all of our community that folks are using our system. It reduces congestion. It advances our climate goals. And in that regard, I'm very excited about this comprehensive service analysis that the agency has undertaken, and we're looking at ways to serve people better and go where people need to go and increase ridership. So that's kind of a preliminary thought that we need to use the tools that we have now to get more people to ride and to increase our revenues in that fashion. As I think about this issue and as I think about fares, I think about people who, and I think about the equity around fares. I think about the folks who are on fixed incomes, and that's folks, seniors and people with disabilities whose income is Social Security. And we do have on slide 13 showing that the Social Security benefits between 2010 and 2021 did undergo about a 2% increase. I can tell you that there were years after the Great Recession when Social Security benefits did not increase, and that's because inflation was zero. But this past year, this data goes till 2021. I think this past year the increase was about 5%, if I'm not mistaken, in Social Security benefits. And so even the folks who are really financially at the margins of our society have seen increases in their benefits. I'm not saying that we want to impose burdens on those folks, and in fact they are eligible for the low-income fare, and in a lot of cases have other sources to pay for their bus passes. But my point is that all throughout society, costs have increased, but also, again, benefits to those who are really dependent on those federal benefits. Those payments have increased to them. And so I think that as long as we're not outstripping those increases, I think our fares should represent, kind of fairly represent the costs that that our riders would pay to ride on the system. You know, we've gone through an unusual time after the Great Recession when inflation was just about zero. We now, in the past year or so, have seen greatly increased inflation. Whether that continues, no one knows. But I do think our fares should reflect, you know, what's going on economically in our throughout the economy, and that is that prices are going up. So our fares, I think, have to, at least to some degree, reflect the fact that the cost of operating the system is increasing. So again, I just I know, as Director Gonzalez says, we're not going to give you direction on how much a fare increase should be, but I tend to agree that we should look at a fare increase, and that it should be one that is that is equitable and goes hand in hand with a strategy to increase ridership.
Thank you, Director Baumann. Other board members who haven't spoken, Director Lewis, Director Edwards.
Thank you, President Simmons. My voice keeps going in and out, so I'll give it a try. But I do want to echo what Director Gonzalez said on our three areas, fare box recovery and fare evasion. I look at fare evasion as folks who are riding for free. I mean, I think we could do better in that area. I know we're going to be revisiting some of the surveys and bringing that that information up to where we know how much we are losing, and then also increasing ridership. And then I made a note when Director Edwards was talking about those, the downside of free service. And I remember when I was at the last conference with TAC, they were talking about non-destination riders. And so I know we did not hear that on the downside of having, you know, free services, but that was one of the big issues. And I don't remember the city that launched, you know, no fares and then changed their mind because it was during COVID, and they just retracted their program after about a month or so. But I echo also with Director Gonzalez. I think we can be innovative. I do see us, without any doubt, to keep pace with our costs, having an increase. But I also like to see how innovative we can be with fairless areas, like going to the Blazer games, and to really provide some balance to what we give, what we take in this area. I also really liked the fare evasion presentation, and I also liked all of the presentations this morning. They were very informative. But I think there's more that we could hear. And I kind of agree with Director Way. We kind of leaned in one area. This is the direction that we're going. But I'd like to see more innovation of how we can make this work. I'm going to stop there. My voice is starting to crack.
Okay. Director Edwards?
Thank you. I agree with Director Gonzalez as well, that I think this has to be, we have to set some parameters and let staff come back with some recommendations. I think that certainly in something that should be considered is phasing, where you phase something in and where it's not just a start change, it's something that's gradual. I think that should be a consideration as well. But I do get concerned about, like I say, about issues that we have no control over. And we have to certainly look at that, because just like currently we have folks that are that use our system as a house where they can just step in and use drugs, and it puts others at risk, and it puts them and those folks, if that doesn't, if we don't stop that, then we have folks that are paying their fare, but they won't ride whether it's free or anything else. So that has to be considered as well. So that's my only concern, is I don't, it's unfortunate that we don't control society. We have a free society, and people are free to do what they want and where they want. Unfortunately, we don't have ways to control that. But at the same time, we have responsibility to all of our riders, and those riders that are doing the right thing and being good citizens. I think that those are the ones that we need to consider the most, because they're going to be impacted the most by those that would abuse our system, whether it's fearless or not. We don't have a fearless system now that's being abused. And I think that, like I say, that has to be a consideration, because just as Director Gonzalez says, what does it do if we end up with half the ridership but we have more revenue that covers all of the ridership? And that, like I say, that's a major concern. So I think that we have to just consider. There's a lot of things to consider here, and a lot of things that we can perhaps be creative about. But I think when we're being creative, we have to be responsible as well. We're a country that's built on rights, but not much responsibility.
Right. Thank you, Director Edwards. Director Kim, and then followed by Director Way.
Thank you, President. Just wanted to clarify and share a little bit more thoughts. One, President Simmons, I just wanted to clarify that I too don't believe in the so-called free lunch, as you've mentioned. With my economics and statistics background in my daytime as M&A lawyer, right? I don't believe in that. But I'll tell you what I do believe in. I believe in, by the way, the public university example, not quite, doesn't make sense, because if someone were to reserve to be on our system and reserving and then getting on our system, to me, that's a success. That's a ridership. That's one more number. So regardless, if there's more ridership, that's a win for me. And I think that's a win for us. But what I do believe in is government services that actually supports the public, like the USPS, like the free and reduced lunch that I was on throughout middle school and high school, right? So my belief is that this TriMet, our agency, is to be the mobility solution that provides as many transportation mobility really answers to as many people as possible. And as I'm thinking about funding in that lens, ridership is my on the forefront of my head. So I'm thinking about tools. Fares is a tool. Making it go up or making it go down, that's a tool that our executive team can utilize. Other funding is also a tool. But finding solutions, we'll have to find solutions to ensure absolutely AAA rating needs to be maintained. Federal funding level needs to be maintained because I understand it's formulaic, and I also understand that if there was a change in number for our fare revenue, that's possible to change the federal funding in a negative levels. We wouldn't want that. So, so long as our changes are not negatively impacting our ridership, I think I would be for it, because I think that's what we're all here for, to increase the ridership and to maintain, and which means we're actually delivering value to the people. And for the point, my ultimate heart is that we would all collectively work to minimize fare increase. I'm not saying it's to, absolutely decrease or remove, but to minimize fare increase. Let us really utilize and exhaust all of the other remedies, other alternatives, ways to gather additional funding before we take this step to do what we need to do to ensure the numbers are right for next years to come. Thank you.
Director Wei.
Thank you. Hello. Okay, I have a process question. I know we're kind of, everyone's kind of sharing their thoughts, which I really appreciate. So I may be jumping into next steps, but what are we recommending staff do? And does that come from you, President Simmons? Does that come from 7 of us emailing Sam of here's what I want to see for next steps?
No.
I just have a process question.
Yeah, you're jumping into where we're going.
Okay.
I want to take issue with something that was said, that this presentation was slanted on, and it wasn't intended to be slanted. It was intended to tell a real picture. We've spent 10 years without a fare increase, and yet our costs have continued to go up. And we have sought other sources of
If I may, slanted is a very derogatory term.
I'm sorry.
That historically has been used against Asians. Okay. We've been called slants.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, that isn't, that was not my intent. What we heard today was the reality of this agency, that for the last 10 years, we have not considered charging any more for the service, and yet we've continued to expand service. Our community continues to ask for us to do more. We have an aging infrastructure, which I talked to the board about last November, where a former general manager indicated to me when I came on the board that his greatest concern was he may have supported building out the system that the agency couldn't support fiscally. A lot of what we're dealing with right now is in terms of a system that it costs a lot to provide the service to everyone. And it's not that I think exploring alternate sources of funding isn't important. We're at a point right now as an agency where we're really almost up against the wall. I mean, if we don't find if we don't increase fare, and if we don't find other sources of funding, our alternatives are to cut bring the system, make it smaller. I think we're at a point today where we need to make a decision about increasing fare at and in the next budget cycle, and for staff to come back with a proposal and a rationale that we can all consider as a full board of seven individuals. And, it's my job to enlighten the full board on the financial realities of this agency, which, as I said in my opening remarks, I had no knowledge of. We get pieces of information, ridership information, we get budget information, but I'd never seen it all put together, and I hadn't seen it in relationship to other agencies, and I knew other agencies had other funding sources from us, but I didn't know to what degree. And so what are the next steps, Director Way, that you raised the question, and it's directly where we're going, is that does this board want to direct staff to come back to us with a fair proposal at a subsequent strategy session that would be November 9th? It's on our calendars right now. This would impact the FY24 budget. So, it doesn't take a unanimous vote by all of us, but it does, I think, show our fiduciary responsibility as board members to what it takes to keep this agency moving forward and providing not just current service, but expanded service. So that's the point, is do we have enough information to see the stark reality of our situation today? So that's where I leave it. Director Gonzalez?
Thank you, I did it backwards. Thank you, President Simmons. I really appreciate you positioning us into the next steps for what it's worth. And I would imagine it's best for the agency if we're all coming with a clear directive as a group. And so I'd like to propose what I consider to be the directive. At the very least, I can share what I'm looking for. So I would consider hearing from the agency on what you recommend to improve fare box recovery. I think that's the issue to solve. And as I mentioned, fares, evasion, and ridership are the three legs of that stool. I'd love to see a proposal for how you think we're going to be improving fare box recovery. And I'll acknowledge, as Director Bauman well stated, fares as an instrument alone could be a very inconvenient first step when we put them in light with evasion and with the need to increase ridership. It could send the wrong message to the public that we are penalizing the compliers and the folks that are riding currently to sort of overcome the burden of too many empty seats. Those are the things that I think are how we are likely to be received, and I would have a hard time supporting any sort of recommendation that's only using that one lever of fares as how we're going to recuperate fare box recovery rates. So I just wanted to throw that out there for consideration because I think that we do have a real issue here. I just don't think we only have one tool at our disposal to pull it off.
Okay. I guess I'll just say. Sorry, Kathy. Go ahead.
Okay. And I also see Director Edwards online. Do you want to go first, Keith? I saw your hand up before me, so I just wanted.
Yes. Thank you. I think that Director Gonzalez is correct, but I guess what I would like to see is that we send our concerns and issues and our thoughts to President Simmons, each one of us, and we sift through that and we come up with something that we can give to staff that so that this doesn't go on and on and on. I think, I appreciate Director Gonzalez with his resolution, but I think that even with that, we would get something back in November that we'd have to send back to staff again and ask them to refigure it. And I think that it's better to me, if I'm staff, I want to know all the parameters up front before I go and start examining the options that I'm going to bring back to you as a board. I think that's what we need. I think that, to me, it's going to be a little bit of a longer route. It's not going to be November 9th. But at the same time, I think that it'll get us there without continuing to use staff inefficiently. And I think that's what we do if we continue to just send stuff back to them and say, oh, well, you know what, we forgot to tell you this, and this is not considered. We want you to consider this as well. We're going to be in the next April still doing this and not come back with a solution.
Director Way and then Director Bauman.
Thank you. I would like to ask staff, if we take no action on a fare increase for next year, what happens? So that may be stated. There might be a doomsday scenario. I don't know. But I just would like a clear rationale explanation. If we take no action on a fare increase for next year, what's going to happen? Secondly, I don't know how the service plan changes the adding of this frequent lines for some of the, the equity audiences that our consultant last week talked about. I don't know how all of that plays into this. Quite frankly, I'm a little confused in terms of that piece and the open houses and the community engagement process like that's happening. So some type of connection there. I think this is all kind of important when we're, again, talking about the future of transit riders and TriMet riders and who are the, the quote unquote customers that we're trying to serve after the pandemic. So, I think that's like a second question that I have. And then the third, I as a board member, want to think about the long-term phasing in strategy of a fareless subsidized system. Thank you, staff, for giving us some examples of some programs that have taken other way in other states. But I do not want that to be completely written off the table. So that's just one board member that would like some additional research that we can do. I referenced the some type of Fearless System Initiative Task Force. It sounds very fancy. It sounds very formal. I don't know if we can start that up with TIAC or some of our other, I don't know, just throwing out there some ideas of groups where, again, we know that there is a lot of community interest, a lot of community engagement outside of this building for Fearless. So those are the three sort of directions that I have.
Thank you. Director Bauman?
I know that some of the financial projections for the agency that we've seen recently have assumed a fare increase. And so I think this fits into Director Way's observation, kind of what are we projecting financially off into the future when you get to 7-8 years down the line. I know it's much harder to project, but we'd like to understand. I think I agree we should understand how a fare increase plays into the budget in the foreseeable future. I would be interested to hear more about what Director Edwards has in mind for the board to provide as guidance to the staff. But I do tend to agree that hearing a proposal around the three pieces for increasing fare revenue, and that's increasing ridership, improving fare or reducing fare evasion, and then the amount of the fare. Addressing all three of those would, in my view, would be very helpful for the board to receive.
So were you asking, Director Gonzalez? Or Director Edwards, were you going to speak next?
I think I know it, Director Bauman, and if I'm wrong, just let me know if I'm off key. But I think there are little nuances involved with those, and I think those nuances need to be shared with the staff prior to them taking a look at those issues that are going to be around the fare box issue, the ridership issue, the increase issue. All those need to be weighed, but at the same time, there are nuances that I think the board members have brought forward today that need to be considered when they look at those, so they can come back with all the options that we brought about today, and then we can make a determination from there. Because if certain things aren't the issues that we brought up today aren't considered in those areas that they're looking at, then we're going to be wanting to send them back and say, well, you need to consider this, you need to consider that. I don't want to go through that. I don't think that's fair to staff, and I don't think it's fair to the public as well.
Thank you, Director Edwards. Director Gonzalez?
Thank you. On the heels of Director Edwards' comments, I wanted to lean into also just trying to provide clarity, because I know from a practical standpoint, we're looking at a quick turnaround time here, if any of this is going to get brought into the budget. So from my perspective, I think that, this is a large issue. There's a lot of pieces to consider. And I want to reiterate what I consider to be a fantastic next step. I think we can address this incrementally. So long as we are looking at how any recommended change is affecting or potentially affecting fare box recovery. And so long as any of these suggestions are improving fare box or likely to improve fare box recoveries, I could see us moving in the right direction. So, whether we're starting with a particular line or a particular community organization that we've decided we'll partner with, and they're going to raise money to help provide fares for their constituents, and that we've positioned that. We're already very close to doing some of those things. We already push passes out. We have yet to actually get any of those entities, those partners, to start actually adding to the pot for what we're actually converting into rides. So I would suggest making sure to look at the three parts of fare box recovery, and I would suggest to bring something forward that could make an incremental improvement. Because I know between now and November, to come up with a comprehensive strategy for free fares that isn't going to get kicked back with comments is a bit of a lot to ask for. So I want to be practical, and I recognize you have amazing talents and your experience. I'm sure can come up with incremental steps that get this addressed for some people, for some part of our population, perhaps. And I think all of that is improvement.
Director Lewis, do you have any further comments?
No. I just echo what Director. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, what Director Gonzalez says, and those three areas that are very important. And I also really appreciate Director Edwards pointing out that the back and forth, we can be at this until April. And so I hope as a governing body, as the board, we can come together, sit down, and really work with you, our president, to bring our thoughts, concerns, and so that we give staff a pathway to move forward, that they will use their time wisely and not waste their time. I mean, this is a huge process. It's not going to be solved, or we're not going to have a clear path by November. I mean, that's, and we're coming upon the holidays and so forth. So I like both. In some way, we should be able to sit down and reconcile that.
Director Kim.
Thank you. In terms of next steps for me, the next time we gather together to discuss this topic, I'd like to see from staff and see and hear from staff the fact that they have reached out to local jurisdiction partners and the state legislature to communicate, one, our most recent snapshot of our financial realities, and two, the fact that we're on the verge of fare increase. Our hands are tied, in other words. And three, we need strengthened financial partnerships from them and with them. And, you know, I ask you, staff, to please leverage us as the governor appointed board members to have that conversation with local jurisdictions and or state level. And this is because I want our TriMet, current TriMet riders who are having to ride the TriMet system to get to and from where they need to be. I just want fare increase to be the very last thing that they face. And I want us to fully exhaust everything that we could have done. That is all. And to chime in about, I would also like to see a future task force on fareless system, more creative white paper done to see what other ways there could be. And of course, I understand that there are multiple buckets of thoughts going on here, but that no matter how little of a resource we put into that potential, 2030, 2040 potential, this utopian idea of TriMet having a fareless system, I would like us to take that half a step forward, in the very recent future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. General Manager Dessou, do you have any closing remarks before I close the meeting?
Yeah, I do. First, thank you for all of the information that I've heard from you and really appreciate it. So as we look at next steps, I want to kind of recommend back to you my thoughts, but I wrote some points here is that I heard all of you. It seems like there's a holistic approach that we need to take to solve our fare revenue shortfalls. The approach looks at fare evasion, how we can improve our overall ridership, and then fares. And in that particular order is what I heard. I would propose to you that you take all of your thoughts, get them to President Simmons, and let's look at the November 9th meeting for you to give us direction at that meeting there. That way it gives you, the board, the opportunity to think about all your thoughts, and then come to the November 9th meeting to give us the information so that then we could begin to move forward on some of the outcomes that you've laid out today. So that's one proposal there. The other is that I can have staff regroup with the information that we've heard today and come back to you on the 9th with some type of plan. But again, there's been several things that's been brought forward. So that's why I wanted to come back on the 9th to make sure that we're able to narrow down the list on the research and efforts that staff needs to do on that.
The question I have for you is, the timing is short. If we're going to impact the agency's resource stream in the next budget cycle, we would need to actually have a proposal from staff that addressed all three aspects at a November 9th meeting. And then, because of the time for community input and the Title VI assessment, the board does not take any action until February, but it would, first reading and second reading.
The first reading when? The first reading would most likely be in March, second reading in April, to align with our budget and then pass the budget in May.
We would actually have a draft budget in March, and so we'd have to have the first reading in January and the second reading in February.
The fare increases have normally come along with the budget.
But you have to build a budget with an increase in.
Right, and there doesn't need to be a resolution. Go ahead.
No. Nancy.
What's the question? You don't have to have
the
ordinance reading until you, I mean, you can have the budget proposed in March without having passed the ordinance yet, but you don't want to vote on that budget, which you do in May, unless you've passed an ordinance.
But
So
from
March
a-
and April would be the latest.
Okay,
to do it
but
first
from
and
a
second.
procedural standpoint, if you're building a draft budget that the board accepts in March, if you don't know what resources you have, how do you build a draft budget? And Nancy?
So we will send you a proposed budget in March, but as you know, there's always changes between the proposed budget and the adopted budget. Has to do with resetting and reforecasting our revenues, looking at, several more months of actual costs coming in the door. And at that same time, there could be a change between the proposed and the adopted
Okay.
on the revenue, inflow. It just cannot change by more than 10%.
Right, okay. Director Gonzalez?
I think trying to shed some light here on things that I think will be helpful for us to evaluate the coming budget proposals. I know that in the budget there are typically some forecasted assumptions around ridership, for example. I would imagine that we may even be incorporating evasion rates into the forecast. I'm not sure, because I still don't believe it. Folks that are riding for free are actually counting towards ridership, but I'm not certain on that. Are they?
Say that again.
Are folks that evade fares contributing to the
Yes.
ridership number?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I would say, as you bring this budget forward, this is where we deserve to know a little bit more behind the curtain of the assumptions on how ridership will be impacted, how evasion rates are being forecasted, and if they're forecasted to be the same, perhaps there's some logic behind that. If they're forecasted to improve, perhaps that's constitutes a sort of a goal and the target for the program. Because those are the kind of things, I know that if we propose a fare increase, I'd love to see some analysis on how that's going to how we project that to impact ridership. I would imagine it may. I don't know if there's any historical analysis that we can lean on that would tell us that. Because I would hate to say, we'll increase by 25%, and here's the forecast on how that will affect our fare recovery rate. And that forecast be based on a lot of hope and a prayer more than some sort of analysis. So that's what I think will be very helpful to us.
Yeah.
I'll still like to request or recommend that the board gather their thoughts, and let's use the November 9th meeting to give specific direction to staff as we move forward.
Okay. So I will ask the staff to send me their thoughts in writing to my email box.
Staff?
The board. The board, I'm sorry, the board. It's easy to be.
That's a lot of emails.
I already get a lot of emails, so the staff can write to me too. I like getting emails. All right, okay. So,
I got it. What's the drop dead date?
okay, Director Edwards?
He wants a deadline.
Oh, you want a deadline? What's today?
Today's the 5th? Today's the 5th.
The 5th, October 5th.
How about the 15th? I don't have a calendar in front of me, so I don't know what's
The 14th is a week from Friday, so that would be.
Okay, the 14th.
Okay, thank you.
President Sims, as I'm kind of hearing more stuff about this, I know that in the past, we used to have 2-3 of us at a time meet with budget and general manager. This was like pre-pandemic, so it's been a while. But would it be helpful to have some of those separate meetings set up so that it's not all 7 of us, like, I don't know, with a million questions?
So
that's just something that I wanted to throw out there. I don't know.
And this is why we have these strategy sessions, Director Way, and retreat, the board retreat in November, is because of the public meetings laws. When you all meet and deliberate toward a decision, whether or not you take a formal vote or not, if you're deliberating toward a decision, which in part, this is part of this discussion today, you're deliberating. It has to be done in public. And that is why we think maybe the November, if we could get some clarity as Director Edwards said, and get all the comments to President Simmons, get some clarity around what are you asking us to propose? I mean, what are you asking us to address? What are the questions that you still want answered? What I think General Manager DeSue said is we're hearing a comprehensive analysis where we're looking at fares, we're looking at ridership, we're looking at fare box recovery under this umbrella. Great. You know, but you get all of that answered so that we aren't doing a back and forth and a back and forth and a back and forth. November gives us the clarity to know what does this board want us to do going forward. Thank you.
And just if I may, I know that when we started the meeting, it was based on some guiding documents that were developed in the past. I think I may have a hand at some of those, fair discussions when I first joined the board. Since then, we have added new board members. I don't know if could there be, I guess what I'm asking for is, do we need to, at some point, take a look back at those documents to revisit what is our, again, values approach around fares? Because it's very much explicitly stated here what they are, but do we need to revisit that? Because I don't see, I guess what I'm asking is, I don't see, the future work or the future conversations around fareless subsidy in our current guiding documents and principles. And I think it's important to 2022 and beyond have some language in there that we could incorporate.
Director Bauman.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, that certainly the financial strategies that we've looked at today do assume fares, tracking operating costs and so on. And are you suggesting we rethink those strategies?
Yeah. Yes. Because if that's like the North Star or what Kathy Way is going to read at midnight tonight to refresh, right, TriMet's fair approach, fair strategy, then that's the document that, for me, I'm going to be taking a look at. And so that seems like that's something that we may want to talk about at the November 9th meeting.
Yeah.
President Simmons?
Yes, Director Gonzalez.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I really appreciate you bringing light on that, Director Y. I think that there's two things happening here. One is a set of recommendations that are going to be specific to this particular budget cycle that's coming. And then the other one is really about getting us positioned to provide that policy advisory capacity that we need. Director Y points at some guidance parameters that I think we as the board ultimately owe you. And I think if you had some guidance parameters that you could propose, I think that would be another thing to bring to the table that could help you understand what we're looking for when it comes time to make these decisions about fares. And I think that the default assumption is we're tracking inflation. I think that's it, but I don't know if that's what we want to say is formal.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what I would like to see, there you are, you changed positions on our screen. Director Lewis.
Just a quick question or something to do. There were slides that were missing, like I think some of the fare evasion. Can you have those put into the box for us?
Yeah.
That way when we're working on our due date, because I made notes on slides, but we had some slides that were not included.
Yes, and all the materials with the exception of that slide are on Nextcloud right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except that one, yes. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm fine with everything that we're going to do. I just think that there needs to be some reality of the what ifs and the timeline it takes to get there and what some of the consequences are for a lack of action that generates revenue upon the levers that we have right now. And so, I just want the board to think about, I have no problem with thinking down the road and developing and cultivating and testing potential funding mechanisms and sources. But the reality is we have to maintain the service we have right now, and the consequence of lack of action, and I said this actually in November, is that incremental cost increases in terms of fare would have to be greater the longer we wait than the shorter we wait. So it's better to do smaller increments more frequently than trying to hit somebody with 25 cents down the road. So I'm not saying that in doing, fare is our lever right now, and I'm not saying that we don't investigate other alternatives. However, we have a responsibility to this community to not cut off service or lay people off because we can't meet our budget. So I leave it there, and so I want to, did you have any more comments? Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to, again, thank you, and as I leave on the end state, it goes back to our code again, that we have the ability to charge and collect fares. If we're going to continue, so I want you to think, if we expand from the CSA, there's going to be a cost there to put more service out on the system.
Right.
And I just want to remind you that each year we have over $200 million in asset replacement that we're doing as well. I can't say that enough, because if the system is unreliable and can't get people to their destinations,
we're not worth anything.
The relevancy of TriMet doesn't exist. And remember, there's 2 lines that we've not done any repair or updates to. And I want to just make sure that I tell you that the longer we wait to take action, the more that it's going to continue to break out there. And I'm just asking you to make sure as we come back in November that we think about these things. I was just talking to Alan just a moment ago, who does all of our asset replacement. So over the next 20 years, we've got to look at $200 million in asset replacement on our system. So please keep that in mind as well.
Okay. All right, I'd like to close the meeting today by first giving a yeoman's thank to Nancy Young Oliver and her staff, because, I mean, the work that they put before you and the pulling together all of this data has taken an immense amount of effort on their part. And I think it's important data, even if we don't want to consider a fare increase. We need to at least understand the financial reality of where we are and in the past, as I've said, in the last 5 years I've been on the board, I didn't have the kind of depth of understanding that I do today, sitting here today. And so, having said that, thank you, Nancy. Thank you, staff. I mean, she has been sort of lockstep with me, and so has JC, and so has General Manager DeSue, and members of the board's executive team. They have reviewed this agenda twice before we came together today in terms of the material that was presented. So I want to thank them for their continued support and participation. So there we are. That's the end of today. Let me find out if I have anything else. I just want to thank you all for your participation, questions. Even if, I mean, as we are humans, we see the world differently, and we have functioned as an organization under one set of philosophies and thought processes. It doesn't mean that we can't consider alternative thought processes. It's just that we can't just jump there. We have to find a way to transition and find the funding sources that we've been talking about. So, thank you. Please have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you for the board meeting later this month. And I look forward to having more input and conversation from all the board members by the 14th, and for a November 9th, another strategy session. So thank you.
Thanks a lot. And great.